Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels, back on our old-fashioned late-night, overnight schedule for those of you in North America, or good morning to you in the European Union or similarly aligned time zones, if that's the case. Let's get right into the queue. First submission is going to be from Nugukaza. We'll just dial that up immediately. This is the Reverse Truck Driver. A very fresh upload that involves driving in reverse against the auto-scroll. Something for Isherwood by the looks of it, and certainly something by Team P-Balloon, as is indicated by the maker. And welcome everybody else who has submitted so far. Koopasy, Supernova, Yeetus. Good to see all of you here. Let's see what we can get done today. Okay, something about reverse truck driving. Let's fight the auto-scroll. I see, okay, so we go down. And we just race the auto-scroll over. A little at a time. Whoops, wrong way. It's going to be a problem, almost. And then we're going to connect back to the original path. Where will that lead? All the way back down. Kick the shell, I'm guessing, and then that will give me a platform to stand on top of for the door. Oh, now we're in trouble. Let's remember how to do this. And maybe not bump into the walls for the rebound quite so much. Notice the blue pipe at the very beginning. Almost like something is going to spit you all the way back to the start if you're not careful. We'll keep an eye out for that, of course. Entirely possible that that is there to catch a few people. B-Minutes, welcome. Whoops, a mistake over here already. Interesting how instinctive it is to just drive up immediately after leaving the door. B-Minutes, incidentally, thank you for the gift sub to your channel. I was offline for that and I missed it, but I did see that notification earlier today. Anyway, got a little speed precision driving over here. No chance of getting that coin, but we will manage to get out safely. DI Progan, welcome. Well, it's telling me to go down. Let's reverse through the pipe and try this again. Much better. Oh, you know what? That's actually a way to get a 30 coin if I'd like to do that. In fact, it's probably the most viable way of doing so. Let's try it. There we are. How clever. B-Minutes, congratulations on beating Triangle Strategy. I have yet to start it myself, and at this point I don't know when I'll cram that in, because the schedule in weeks ahead is getting quite busy, by the looks of it. Oh, blue pipe. We did see earlier that a blue pipe might throw us off somewhere, but... Okay, down, down, down. And we just need to get out of all that quickly. And then follow this trail over here. Now, no such luck with coming out of the pipe to grab the 30 coin this time, given the one-way panels trapping me everywhere. Okay, and then what happens now? We could just go through the pipe again. I actually assumed that would be the case. GG. No, that's the axe. The axe is over top of the... Oh, okay, it's the axe. We're supposed to beat the timer on that. Let's try that again, hopefully with some kind of reactivation of the on-off switch, as we see there. Nope, that bump is going to cause problems. L64, welcome. Don't know if that's just a temporary code with Iggy's Hidden Armada rising once again. But regardless, looking forward to whatever it is you've brought today. And thank you for the level and the GG Nugukaza. Fairly smooth ride as far as P-Balloon levels go. I even scored the world record, which is a sign that this level has not been up for very long. And yeah, Mystery Blue Pipe, for sure. On one hand, I'm glad I noticed it. On the other, I kind of wonder where one might be caught out by that. Also, looking at the design here, what's going on with that left-pointing arrow? As it seems to be from the segment on the right side. It's almost like this level was kind of drawn freehand with a stylus or something in some ways. But maybe that's just what mildly naturalistic caverns wind up looking like. Regardless, we drove against the auto-scroll, and we're going to mark that as a win. Koopa T, if you would like to check in, we'll get to you nice and quickly today. I do see you on the list, so yep, let's get you in at a reasonable time for a change. Super World, okay. Let's do it. Continue. I don't remember how we left off. Oh yes, we were on World 2 previously, so let's see how we fare. Color Splash number 8, Sunglow Ridge. And, oh, you got a star over here. Everything's going to walk over with this bomb. And it's just going to be a star that falls and activates the on-off switch. I wish I remembered Color Splash well enough to track what it is you're doing here thematically. I did play Color Splash 6 years ago now, 5 years ago maybe. Yeah, it would have been late 2016, early 2017, so 5 years ago. This level has cutscenes because, well, gameplay being what it is, exactly. I mainly remember 2 things about Color Splash. No, I remember 3 things about Color Splash. One being the tremendous soundtrack. Actually, a very lovely soundtrack. One being the fight with a slab of meat, because it made me hungry. And one being the tribute to Super Mario 3, which was kind of a delight in that game. Whoops. Alright, sure, we'll grab the P-switch. And we'll abscond with it back here to see what it's going to get me now that I've lost access to the leaf. Take that. And that. No, it's just going to bounce off, of course. Ah, okay, so you can't actually do much with it. I guess we were supposed to figure out what I could activate with the P-switch on the assumption that I could step on it. Yeah, because it was supposed to come out of the pipe and just rest there for me to step on, right? Like, you weren't expecting me to pick it up by standing beside the pipe. So maybe we should get back here to see what it activates within range of everything else on this screen. And, okay. Maybe I should be picking that up. Or... ah, okay, now I see. On off. Alright, let's try that again then. And this time we'll have an activation that's closer to where we actually need it. Abiotics, welcome. The P-switch will introduce you to one of the game's most prominent features, unfurl blocks. Oh yes, that's right. Now I see that I am getting a few spikes on my network here. I hope it's not too laggy for people, and that I'm not losing too many frames. Oh, whoops. My mistake. Let's do this again, in fact. Let's re-enter the pipe. And we'll just stand here until the bomb comes down and does its job. And once again, we'll have a P-switch activation followed by hitting the on-off. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. And we'll take out some moles while we're at it. And maybe even fly up above the clouds. Just to see what happens. Alright. I guess we must hit the P-switch before we can get out, so let's do that. Let's totally not get hit by the wrench. And then, through we go. And of course, we'll whip some of this before we proceed. There is something upstairs, as you can see, but we'll witness that in due course. Up we go. And that's quite a cheer for... It's actually a fairly routine task. Anyway, P-switches everywhere. As you can see, whoops. Let's leave that alone for now. I'm sure we need to whip some of this up with us. Or maybe not. Okay, maybe not. We actually just need to block everything with this on-off switch. And what's that all about? Nothing. And that's a yay. Okay. Well, we can take some damage here without picking up the leaf first, so we can grab it on the way back, or we can sit around. Watch this. Take damage. And then go through with the leaf. Which you were probably not expecting. Okay. Seems like we'll have to find some other way to grab this. Oh, I'll switch up here, I see. Well, oops, so much for that. This is clearly a bombable location. Or something that will be broken some other way. Well now, we'll need to rethink this then. Seems like I could have flown up top, if we're careful. That will probably have to reverse through the door then. That'll take damage, which is not good. Because it doesn't permit me to progress any further than I have, so... Let's see what this is all about. It's nothing. Oh, door over here, I see. So we could have made it all the way here with the leaf intact. But we didn't. Might as well bomb that guy out of the way. And indeed break open the scroll if we can. And yes, that just allows you to exit once you've obtained the P-switch, so let's do that before any further damage occurs. And then... Ah, I see. Okay, that's fine. We know how to do it now. We'll just head back here. Not have a bomb spawn on top of my head. There we go. Much better. Much better all around. I do need a P-switch active here. Interestingly enough, we can probably hit one P-switch and grab another one. Take it up with us. But the vine is going to add as a bit of a check against that. We might have been able to head bump it up, but no, it would have Bounced off the other way, I'm sure. And we got a star. Now, Koopa T, this being a super world, since that was fairly brief, we might actually continue to one more in this set. Yeah, we'll probably have time for one more. And hey, B. Suzuki, welcome. So, usual super world rules apply. I do tag additional levels in when we're within the first 15 minutes of this mission. Just so we can play sets of levels in sequence. Probably means we'll just be doing this one, and then we'll proceed with the queue from there. And that'd be Suzuki, looking forward to whatever you've got to show me today. Fire flower over there. Okay, P-switch. Looks like we're just going to build the ceiling here in the Mondo Woods. Until, of course, we reach this location, after which we'll grab this and see what else we can break before we pick up the flower. Interesting. So we have a choice. Well, watch this. We're going to push it. I wonder where else we can push it. We can probably escort it with... Oh, whoops. Never mind. Never mind. Thought it'd be so fancy. Okay. Yeah, this is clearly just a location for the leaf, then. Nothing too special. Let's use the P-switch for some intended purpose, like going down this pipe. Perhaps. You're telling me these levels are so old. Well, we need the P-switch to expire before anything else happens. Interestingly enough, I think this implies that, whoops, I should actually be able to... Ah, no, you only get the one P-switch, okay. So you do get locked out, I think, if you use that P-switch, but then fail to grab these coins to open the next passageway. You're saying some are over 2 years old, yes. We're fairly close to the 3rd anniversary of Mario Maker 2. That is going to be this week. Let's see about that key. Alright, up the steps we go. And here's the key, plus the... Whoops. That was a bad idea. Alright, not a big deal, we'll just head back. Yeah, it seems like my network performance is kind of rough today, so hopefully the footage is not too choppy for people. Because I am seeing a ton of frame drops indicated on my end. There was a giant colorless coin that you ran into. Ah, you see, okay. Like I said, I have been away from Color Splash for some time, so... Got the Magic Koopa on ice. And no doubt that will be who we need to nuke to get out of here. Interesting. I see, that's just going to be a ceiling in case you wanted to fly around with the leaf. And I see, so we needed to kill 2 things here. Probably the Goomba. I can't say I remember who this is supposed to be, but... And down the pipe we go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the network here. I mean, I am on a different setup than where I usually am. And so I am also on a different streaming schedule for the next couple of weeks, but it does mean I have a little less control over my network performance over here. And And it looks like it has been a little bit rough today compared to yesterday, so... Awesome Lamp, welcome. It's been quite a long time. Okay, thank you for that, Koopa T. Glad we could get through 2 of these. Let's move on to the next submission. And yes, this Super World was uploaded in April 2021, and then what we played so far was fairly early on in the set. Supernova, with a very recognizable GDQ code. Looking forward to seeing some of the levels that are being created, by the way, for the GDQ Mario Maker 2 Relay this year, which is going to be in about a week's time, I think. I have heard tell that we can expect some familiar makers in that set. Alright, Supernova, what have we not played? 9 out of 10 Dentist recommended. 0.33. Yeah, we'll try it, probably. We've played an earlier version of Counterintuition. I feel like I did play the early version of Crimson Companion. We can try to 0.33. I do not expect to actually finish it, but we'll give it a go and see how we do. Because that seems to be the one that I just have not played at all. Your entry for It's Dr. Shy Guy's level design contest. The joke here, for those unaware, is that It's Dr. Shy Guy is a dentist. Which is why he's perfectly fine with playing levels that are like pulling teeth. And yeah, once again, I hope the network performance is going to calm down a little bit, but I don't know where all this interference is coming from. Then... yeah, that was a bad idea. We actually needed to jump over and then use the propeller to get up onto the spikes on the left side. Not the spikes, the skulls, rather. No, yeah, you just do a straight jump over the coins, fall for as long as you can, and then boost up past the one-way panels. Here we go. And then we fall. I feel like I was supposed to do that faster, like get ahead of the skull, fall, drop the thwomps, and then get back onto the skull before it has completely disappeared. One K-Man, you would love to watch the stream, but your power has been out. Yeah, you might want to take care of that first. On the other hand, if it's keeping you entertained on your mobile or whatever, not that you need to use it for any emergency purposes, then hopefully this keeps you sane for the time being. It's going to be wall jumps. Oh, no, it's not going to be wall jumps. Because it's the propeller, and the propeller doesn't let you do that unless, of course, you reset it with a bounce, which I'll have to do. I don't know why I did that wall jump. That was entirely unnecessary. And down we go. Whoop. There we go. A little bit short. And yeah, hopefully my network manages to sort itself out and we don't need to do any restarts or anything, because I do see that the frame drops are actually, if anything, getting a little bit worse. No. We bounce on top of it, then we reset the wall jump, and then we go. Still got time for the clear check. Yeah. Should be. Anyway. This should do alright. Oh, let's remember to drop the thwomps. And not slip off of the diagonal the way that we've been doing. It seems rather important. Nope. Down we go. Yeah, we forgot to do the thwomp thing. Let's not have a brain fart like that. Yeah, I did run a stream with my temporary new setup yesterday, and we didn't have nearly this many problems, so I do wonder what's going on. Yeah, we're supposed to wall jump up and then boost up to the platforms. And then the up arrow is telling me something, probably that the platform is going up and going to dunk me against a ceiling, which will require me to use the propeller once again to proceed to the next falling platform. Or perhaps rising platform after that. Anyway, let's drop the stack. Bounce on this guy. Nope, that's a little bit late. But it's going to be the same kind of interaction in both cases. With the third of those platforms looping around and falling off its curved track on the right side, which will then give me something to land on. So, just going to learn this piece by piece. And one K-Man, you got the jet because of your power situation, yeah. Hopefully that gets sorted out before too long. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Nope, that was a mistake. That was not what I meant to do. We will slowly float to our demise. Thing about piloting the propeller is that you do need to be fairly deliberate about certain inputs. Can't really fall back into old NSMB habits like twirling everywhere. Nope, too close. I have to find a very specific pocket of timing there to make that function. And down we go. That was unwise. That's okay, we'll just try again. Grab that 10 coin, very important incentive there. Now, 0.33 strikes me as possibly the lowest supernova clear rate that I'm aware of. So far, the obstacles don't really seem that punishing. So we'll see why that is. Maybe people just really don't know how to work the propeller. Or maybe we're underestimating something later on, or perhaps just overconfident about our chances even this early in the level. And you're telling me that it is, in fact, the lowest clear rate? Yeah. Well, we'll see how we do. We sped through some of the early submissions fairly quickly, so hopefully people in the queue won't mind too much if I take a little bit longer on this one. Because, of course, we will see if it's viable to get clear, and if it isn't, as usual, we'll just do things in multiple segments. Particularly if we have not reached anything like a checkpoint anytime soon. I know I wanted to kick it and then boost up and then land here. And then the POW hit would have allowed me to go down there. I'm certainly supposed to keep the propeller at that point though, so we'll see how that's going to work. Suzuki, it took you a while to beat this level. Well, that's not a good sign for me. Might take some work, but we'll piece it together a little at a time. Doesn't seem unusually hard so far, but we've seen so little of it that it is truly hard to tell, I think. What do we do with that? Oh, we need to get off of the platform and get back onto it to pick up the POW. I see. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I am supposed to get out of there and let the platform do its job. Okay. If you're kind of dead center on a platform, it actually works quite well for positioning. Except you're supposed to... You know, a ground pound on top of the platform would have been fine, but I would have needed to land on it first. And then, yeah, the on-off switch up top is going to drop the entire Muncher stack. So that's how we'll do that. But then that platform is moving quite quickly, so I don't know if we'll be able to get back onto it in time, at least not the way I'm playing. The peaceful music, by the way, is the unsung hero of this level. It makes everything seem really chill. I think that's probably why the difficulty has perhaps been slightly disguised, because it's actually a strangely calming and meditative experience. Whoops, no, I was trying to land on a platform and get off of it on the right side rather than the left. I think I will have to get off on the left, though. Mel64, you thought everything was ready, but you forgot a late clear check. Not exactly sure I follow, but okay. Anyway, for those who have been missing recent announcements about it, like I was saying, for the next few weeks we're kind of back on this old-fashioned late start schedule that I used to be on throughout 2021, so this will be a throwback for most of you who have been around on the stream since then. And that's going to be the case through July and August. And hopefully I'll be able to stream a little bit more often. We've really had to scale back a lot of my streaming plans this year in 2022 so far, just because of various conflicts. But there's a lot I want to cover in the coming weeks. Not just Mario Maker either. And yeah, the peaceful music is a very important creative choice here. I mean, imagine trying to play this to, I don't know, the N64 slide music or something. It would be a completely different atmosphere when it comes to your sense of focus. Anyway, we go. We'll drop off the... Oh, well, I was going to drop off the left, except I didn't account for some of that forward momentum from the platform carrying me, and so I accidentally stayed on board, which is not the best idea. Let's head on down. And let's continue. Let's not continue. So, Mail 64, 6YM happened. There is something else that's happening for the 7th anniversary of Mario Maker. It's under different management, but a lot of the makers from previous anniversary celebrations are participating, so there's quite a lot to look forward to. It's going to be a project of a somewhat different character, of course, because, you know, different people in charge, different idea of what kind of levels will be featured, but it should still be a good time. I think that's going to roll out probably around September, if anybody can tear themselves away from Splatoon 3 around that time. And yeah, as far as 6YM goes with Mail 64, let me actually give you the website for that. So yeah, it's not called 7YM, it's a different celebration, but we are likely to feature quite a bit of it on the stream. I may not be able to partake as a maker this time around just because of time, but there are a lot of people still participating whose levels I am definitely looking forward to. And whoops. Oh, managed to salvage that just barely. And let's head down. Okay, we can do that. And then, whoop, nope, that's a miss. That was unfortunate. Everything was going so well up to that point, apart from the platform going so fast. Thank you for the follow. Well, that was technically the best attempt yet. And yeah, nothing here has felt particularly tight or punishing so far, really. It's just a matter of doing everything right in sequence. And of course, with the propeller, there's always a ton of room for error. So we'll see where that 0.3 clear rate is coming from, because it's not apparent to me yet but we shouldn't be complacent. Especially when I have spins that work quite like that. Axer Typo coming in with all the word game players with a party of 19. Let's give a big shout out to the leading Scrabble streamer on Twitch. Also one of the best players in North America. Whose stream is always a fun time if you have any interest in words. So I hope everything has been going well over there, Axer Typo. I did see actually that you had done a little bit of over-the-board coverage in St. Louis last week. Around Eric Rosen's stomping grounds, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, things are alright. Also, I guess one thing we have to look forward to, Axer Typo, is I'm sure that you'll be showing off some of the Babble Royale season reset when it happens. I don't know if you've determined yet. I assume that you're high enough on a leaderboard that you get to add something to the Babble dictionary. I don't know if you've picked what it's going to be. If it's just going to be Axer Typo, or if you have something a little more inventive mapped out. Hey, look at that. We actually did that cleanly this time. Okay. On to this guy. On to this guy. Whoa, no, 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 no. And then it's going to be wall jump on the ice. Spin wall jump on a one-way panel. Okay, I see it. I see the sequence. You were going to add Vom, which is... Oh, because it's one of the only Collins 3s that's, for some reason, not in the Babble Dictionary. I remember that because I did try playing it. And was surprised. Just to bring some justice to the Babble and Collins disparity. Along with Zen early on until everybody complained about it, if I recall. There we go, nice clean hit. Spin wall jump. Hit the POW. Down. Ah, no, you need to get close enough to drop the icicle first, and then you get on the platform, and then you have an opening. I see. And yeah, I don't know if you've got much tournament travel planned for the coming weeks, either to Baltimore or to Word Cup after that. I was hoping to do one of the big events this year, but I don't think it's happening, unfortunately. Just too many things getting in the way of travel. So, over-the-board tournaments will unfortunately have to wait for me for the next little while. Whoops, nope. That was a bad spin. I was supposed to. Once again, aim straight for the wall jump on the ice column. You're doing Albany in a week and then Word Cup, and then Baltimore, yes. That's going to be a very full schedule. But I'm sure lots of post-mortem analysis for the stream to come afterwards. Good luck with all of those, of course. I'm afraid I haven't been keeping up with what's going on for any kind of streaming production for any of those events. Whether there's anything planned for that. But whatever there is, I'm certainly looking forward to it. Mail64, avoiding the UK for transit. No, I don't think that'll be a problem. Geographically. And here I am thinking, what, did the Icelandic volcano erupt again or something? And here we go. Okay. Up, 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 spin, pow. And then towards the icicle, and then... oh, nope. We're a little too low. So we do need to kind of loop close enough to the icicle, but also stay high enough that I can actually make it up to the platform. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky arc. But we do need to hang right pretty much as hard as we can without losing too much height along the way. And there we are. And yeah, I mean, given that first of all the UK wasn't part of Schengen to begin with, and that secondly, I'm not an EU national, I don't think I'll be terribly affected by UK travel in that sense, but... yeah, years ago I actually did spend quite a lot of time in the UK. It's been some time since I was back. But let's head over. But yeah, even then you could detect the entry requirements and visa system in the UK getting tighter and tighter. And even years before Brexit, when people didn't seriously believe it was going to happen. Anyway, let's get over here. There we go. Okay. I didn't really intend to do the second spin. I was hoping the wall jump up, and so that was very nearly a catastrophic mistake. But we have the checkpoint. So, no complaints about that. Drop the Thwomp stack down here, and... oh, whoops. I don't know why I tried to hit that repeatedly, in spite of the fact that there's only one brick to hit. Actually, I know exactly why I tried to hit that repeatedly as Supernova, because of how much time I had spent recently on Pow Pow 69 and PP 69. Which both kind of got me into the habit of doing all those unstacking maneuvers. Whoops. Okay, no, that's just a single hit. Why would I want to use the propeller up to the high question blocks? I don't know yet. We have to take a look at that segment again to see if I missed something. Ah, yeah, because this stuff is supposed to be alive. And then I'm supposed to spin up. Blue platform first, and then spin up, and then blue platform again, I think. Yeah, so that's the issue, is that this stack actually needs to land on top of the skulls. I didn't previously correctly perceive that to be a requirement, and it obviously is. Okay. And yeah, Mill64 is sorry to hear about what happened with your relative when it comes to entry being a hassle. Whoops. anyway. Let's see what we can do here. Nope, didn't manage to drop the thwomp. That's going to be a very sad demise. Alright, there we go. Just barely making that. Nope. But let's go on and see what's going on here. We needed to get off the platform. We spin again. We kind of do that slow descent all the way down to the next blue platform, and then after we do that little S-curve there, we should have ample room to proceed. Anyway, Extra Typo, you're heading off. Yeah. Well, have some excellent tournaments and excellent streams ahead of you. I probably didn't want to do that. I feel like I was supposed to wall jump up, activate the thwomp, and then save the boost to go up to Coin Trail. And that would have been the smarter thing to do. And Chess Bunzo, welcome. Glad to see you here as always. Chess Bunzo, don't know if you've been following candidates at all, as we see who ultimately secures the right to not play Magnus Carlsen. I haven't been following very closely. I'm very much a casual observer when it comes to chess. Okay, so I see what's happening there. That the thwomp reveals the blue skull. Down we go. And then all the way back. Okay, wall jumps. Activate the thwomp up to the skull. There we go. And then we lose. Okay. That was just poor reaction time. Clearly we were supposed to jump above the thwomp, stay on the platform, and then see what happens after that. Decent progress so far, I think. I feel like we've been chipping away at this a little bit at a time. And that has been going reasonably. Particularly given the clear rate. But we don't know what surprises lie ahead, whether there's something later on that is especially punishing. Yeah, this is a hard segment to signal. I think you've done it about as well as you can. Ooh, this I don't know about, I guess. I mean, we clearly have to get to the point where we can drop the thwomp. I think we needed to get ahead of the skull and get back on it. That's going to be a fairly swift motion. Maybe. And yeah, I've also mostly just been following the results and not so much the games. Although, of course, it's been a big event over at Hikaru's stream since he's actually playing classical for once. Which is perhaps understating things. Let's go down. Yeah, okay, that is actually correct. You just need to get ahead of the skull, drop the thwomp, get back on, and then get off immediately. That's going to be a very time-sensitive maneuver. I now see perhaps where some of the difficulty is coming from, because while there's plenty in the level to prepare you for that kind of sequence in terms of doing the thwomp drops in advance, that maneuver has to be very quick and accurate. And it's, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's actually a very sharp difficulty spike, but We'll manage it. We've got plenty of preparation to take with us up to this point. And we'll see how we do. And it is one segment that makes me worry once again about the choppiness of the video, because it's likely the kind of thing that suffers from the footage being a little more dreadful than usual, but if people are okay with the state of things, and perhaps this is still something visually comprehensible, so. All you'll say is that the skull doesn't go off screen but comes back. Okay. I hadn't inspected the track carefully enough to really notice that. I thought I was just behind pace with it, so. Again, everything was happening so quickly there that I have not really inspected the whole thing, like how the track setup actually ends. Oh, I see. The track loops back around, so you do, in fact, have plenty of time to jump off and get back on. Okay, okay. I didn't see the loop on the left side. That makes a lot more sense. And is much more in keeping with what's the pace of this level. Now, I have to remember not to hit start over, of course. I was just about to reach for it. That would have been a mistake, to say the least. Down we go. And down. Yeah, this maneuver is getting much more comfortable as we get some more practice in with it. Okay, that was still maybe a little low on the jumps. I actually want more airtime if I'm going to wait for the loop to run its course. So I should not be cutting corners there. I should, in fact, be maintaining airtime for as much as I can to give myself the flexibility to land when I want. Yeah, some of these contrails actually work quite well for signaling. Without being too noisy or busy. Hey, same kind of thing here. Let's hit accurately. Now, if I hit that, how do I proceed? That I'm not clear on. We'll have to figure that out when we go back there, because I thought it was a very clear implication that I do have to hit the piranha, but then I don't know how I get any further, unless I'm just not supposed to boost at that point, but... One K man, glad to have you back as your first act after having power restored. Oops, there we go. Oh, nope, no, that was a huge slip up there. I just didn't really make that landing on the platform the way I intended. Okay. There we are. Pretty satisfying sequence over here. And let's get back on. So you hit that and then what? I don't see it, because it seems like I'm supposed to still have a twirl available when I hit that block. Unless I'm supposed to get into a spin wall jump at some point and spin on top of the piranha plant, except the box seems to indicate to me that I should be hitting that block. But I currently don't see what the follow-up is going to be, and I think I need to inspect that a little more. You really don't like the pitch black kind of darkness. Yeah, that's why you should keep some alternate light sources around for circumstances. Scented candles or what have you. And... or, you know, just a flashlight, perhaps. Ah, okay, so just one smooth motion with plenty of room left to fly. That's all it is. I'm supposed to bounce on top of the snowball on the way down there, and get on top of the left side platform so I have a boost available. I got outpaced by the snowball. I was supposed to drop back towards it. That's going to be a tricky maneuver as well. We'll have to see how to make that work. Okay, there we go. Then, whoops, I don't know how that wall jump slipped completely. You use those lights powered by drill batteries. Yes, I think I know which ones you're talking about. Alright, down we go. Down to that 10 coin and over. And over. Great. No, so I'm supposed to do the kick plus twirl a second time there, I think, as I land. I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to go, in fact. I just didn't really plan that out ahead of time. Because, yeah, the snowball is going to stop with the first kick. And I need to continue it, as well as continue propelling forward myself. I think I understand how it's supposed to go, we just need to do it. Back over. And yeah, this continuation is a very important concept to know. Nope, that's a miss. Yeah, you pretty much need to spin right as you make contact, and it's going to be the same interaction again on the next platform. Yeah, Supernova off the top of my head while I'm in the middle of playing a level. I don't remember what those are called either. Nor did I remember to twirl in time that pit. Okay.
Oh no!
Well, that could be going a lot better. Let's try it again. Down we go. Then tap this guy. Nope, too late. A little bit out of alignment. You really do need to kind of hold right into that thing. It's interesting how the positioning actually lines up pretty nicely for the propeller to take you up and back down in time to catch up with a snowball. I'm mostly astonished that that whole snowball direction works at all.
Oh no!
Let's be a little quicker on the trigger. A light when all other lights go out. Probably not the kind of illumination utility that they had in mind in Lord of the Rings, but
Oh,
close
no.
enough. Oops. Now let's go up. Here we go. I bet if you re-uploaded this exact level with a different soundtrack to clear, it would plummet.
Oh no!
That would be an interesting kind of A/B test, in fact. To just upload the same level with different soundtracks and see if you get some measurable data when it comes to player performance. Here we go. Of course, it might not necessarily be a measure of difficulty, but also a measure of how quickly people get annoyed with your level. Whoops.
Oh no!
It would be funny if you used a final boss theme. That is very true, given that so much involving Bowser signals fire. That is not at all like the cool atmosphere of this particular setting. As far as the NSMB theme goes, I actually do find the ice theme to be very appealing. Visually speaking. Maybe something about that background parallax being something that's
Oh no!
actually on par with the quality of some of the backgrounds in NSMB originally, because one thing that perhaps we talked about before is that NSMBU is actually a lot better looking than the Mario Maker games make it look. It's a game that I think gets a little bit of a bad rap for being the fourth entry that adheres to the whole NSMB series aesthetic. And when people were kind of sick of that approach to both visual and audio design when it comes to things like the character models as well as the soundtrack generally, but it overlooks how unique and how nice a lot of the visual aspects of NSMBU, particularly the backgrounds, actually are, especially being the first of the NSMB games that was made for HD. We've got another raid coming in from Zero Planes. Let's take a look at the shoutout command, Zero Planes. Who, first of all, recently made partner, and secondly, Zero Planes, I'm sure that as a former Cuphead speedrunner, you're very excited about the delicious last course, which I'm very much looking forward to next week. and will also probably be streaming. Although, in a much sloppier fashion. Whoops. Interested in a weird puzzle you found in Expert? Yeah, if you tag it into queue, I might not be able to get to it for a while because we have a pretty full queue today, but do feel free to suggest it. Like, I'm not going to interrupt the queue for that, but I would be willing to bring the code in. We're in the middle of a level with a 0.3-ish clear rate right now, and so this might take me a little bit of time before we actually manage to get any further, but we'll see how quickly we can proceed. And thank you for the follow. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, looking forward to it. And even if we don't manage to get to it today, I'll definitely keep the code around for something like a puzzle night for sure. Whoops. No, we do not want to hit restart. Let's do that.
Oh no!
When came in, it took them until the last update to put in the main power-up from NSMBU. Well, if you consider that the main power-up. I suppose so. The Acorn suit was kind of the first thing introduced in the early worlds, and remains a bit of a focus of the game all the way into the special world, so... But interestingly enough, very little of NSMBU, apart from the challenge content, really pushes the Acorn suit to its mechanical limits, which is normal for a Mario game. Usually the flight power-ups are only kind of partly exploited by the levels themselves, and if you look at the cape in Super Mario World, for instance... Whoops. Lagging behind a little bit again.
Oh no!
You think the music just makes the level feel like Mario is out here in the forest by himself? Yeah. Very Metroid-like in some ways. That sense of solitude.
Oh no!
Zero Planes, I do mean Acorn. We're talking about NSMBU, not we. In terms of what K-Man was saying earlier, we were kind of talking about the visual design of NSMBU around when you came in. Because I was commenting on how the ice theme here is actually quite pretty. Whereas most of the themes in Mario Maker actually undersell how visually appealing the actual NSMBU game is. Like that, it's a better game visually than Mario Maker makes it look. But, okay. Hang right. There we go. No, no. Too far.
Oh no!
Yeah, we really do have to hang right all the way. That's been a problem. And moreover, that snowball interaction is something we need to do twice in a row. Oh, whoops. How did that duck fail? I think I just got out of it much too early. I still have to catch up on the Cuphead show on Netflix. And I know that the whole thing is only about 3 hours of content so far, but I still have to make time for it. And maybe just relearn the game generally as we head into Delicious Last Course, because it's been a few years since I last touched it. So, my ability to play Cuphead is probably in a fairly rough state. Nope. I'm trying to let up on a jump a bit to kind of fall towards the snowball a little faster, but as you can see, we are being outpaced by it, and I don't know if there's a good solution to that. Make that a little more reliable. We'll see. I think I can do this. And Supernova, if I'm really not progressing past this point, I don't know how late you can stay today, because I know that you're usually able to stay later than a lot of people, which means that if I do have to abandon ship on this, you are quite welcome to put it back into queue for a fresh attempt,
Oh no!
even if we do have to recover our progress up to checkpoint 1. When you were designing this, you were going for Celeste Chapter 4 feel. Oh, yes, the bit with the wind mechanic after you leave the hotel, right? It's been a while since I played Celeste as well, in fact. I never got around to doing the farewell chapter that was patched in. Oops. Okay, here we go. Nice high bounce if we can. Nope, and I missed. Okay.
Oh no!
And the Liebeslied, thank you for the code. And Supernova, you're saying farewell is a grind and a half. I kind of remember watching you stream some of it, in fact. Because that's one of the non-Mario Maker games I have watched you stream in the past. Hence, when you began to rock the Celeste-style avatar as well. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's get down here. Nope, totally missed.
Oh no!
And yeah, Supernova, we'll give this a few more tries, and then I will probably, in the interest of getting on with the queue, just ask you to resubmit. I might even close queue around that point just to give us ample time for this level as a closer after we've gotten through the other ones. But we'll continue with this one for a little bit longer first, because I feel reasonably close to getting that snowball down. We just need to make a few minor adjustments that I've been planning for all this time.
Oh
Alright, down we go. And all the way up. Yeah, getting up to this point is not too bad now that I roughly understand it. It's just this snowball here, which I've hit too far to the left. Oh, it's going, it's going. No. I hesitated at the last moment.
oh no!
Well, that was actually the best attempt. That's been the major roadblock so far, that double snowball sequence. Alright, down we go. Nice high jump there, buy us some time. Back, down. Here we go. Hang right, all the way right. No, that was not accurate at all. I wonder if I need to kick the snowball one more time, in fact. Because it seems like I'll be way out of position horizontally to actually make it to the next platform without some kind of additional bounce. I didn't realize that it was that long a reach. I need to go back and rethink that. But maybe I just need to hang right, making it to that platform. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, no, that's obviously not right.
Oh no!
But yeah, no. I should have enough room to just free fall down, hang right all the way, and then just duck underneath the icicle and do a D. Obvious way rather than the convoluted way. Should have enough room to do that successfully. Now down we go. Okay. Pop that. Nope, not high enough.
Oh no!
You're saying I might not even need to come back to this well, if you think I'm that close to the finish. We'll see. Because there definitely are a few issues to work out still, before I can get some of that down consistently. And you think the clear should come fairly quickly? Yeah, I'm not worried about the first half at all. In fact, now that I've done it, I don't feel like there were any roadblocks there that were kind of a major problem of consistency for me. It was mostly just a check of how I was reading the whole sequence and understanding in particular the bit with the blaster drop at the end. That's why I'm still pushing on this one. I feel like with a good, clean attempt at a snowball sequence, we shouldn't be far from the finish. Problems can happen, of course. But the snowball sequence makes this look more plausibly like the hardest supernova level. But everything up to this point feels surprisingly manageable. This one is just very easy to miss if you're just a little bit off on the initial contact. In terms of how the boost timing and the snowball spacing are going to line up. Seems like there's just a very narrow window where that's going to go smoothly. And that's true of both snowball kicks. And that's been the main difficulty check so far, as we've seen in recent attempts.
Oh no!
That's okay, we'll push on it. Alright, here we are. And down we go. Whoops, no, that was
Oh no!
not at all what I meant to do. Okay, let's pop down over here. Oh, didn't really get enough of a jump that time, but that's okay. We saved that. No. Back. That was
Oh no!
a mistake I could have corrected. Notice that second propeller hat that floats in the front. This section. I don't know what that's all about. Perhaps just something to catch on your way in. In case you've mysteriously taken damage after opening up the previous gate. No, that was very odd.
Oh no!
That I made contact in a way that stopped the ball immediately. That was not wise. Yeah, just in case you make it to the checkpoint with the propeller. That's right. Some kind of freak damage at the end before you wall jump up to the end, perhaps. You don't believe in pipe deaths? Well, that's not very sensitive to cultures around the world that worship the pipe death, but okay. Alright, let's push up. Nope. I had to pull back a little bit to get the bounce, but clearly I just didn't make contact. I'll read your comment in just a moment, Mail64, just after I have a moment to actually look away and properly process what you just said. Okay, here's a rest stop. You said one thing about past Mario games, a level that hard would have stressful music like Luigi's Purple Coins. I don't know if I found it that stressful, but it's been a while since I last played it, so... no, I didn't hang right accurately enough over here. Actually, Mel64, one thing I had discussed with people before is that it was actually a very inspired choice to make Grand Finale levels like Champions Road use the Gusty Garden music, because it's one of the proven themes that people are just willing to listen to endlessly, and so I probably associate the Gusty Garden theme much more with Champions Road at this point than with Gusty Garden itself. And it's shown up in some other finales since as well, I believe. There we go. What's up with this? Damage boost? Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh no!
Yes, you're supposed to take damage there. You wall jump up to the right side, you catch the propeller, and then you boost up to the pipe. I see it. I think we can finish it. That just caught me a little off guard in a blind read because I was thinking, okay, this is enforced damage, but since I was under a little bit of time pressure from the invincibility frames there, I didn't quite react to that as accurately as I should have. Because I was trying to make a decision as to whether I was just going to go directly up to the propeller or if I needed to wall jump up through the right, which seems like it's clearly the case, but there was a fair bit of information to take in at once very quickly, and so this level is looking very doable now. It's mainly just this snowball segment that is a
Oh no!
point of inconsistency when, as on an attempt like that, I was hitting the snowball a little too far to the left, and that was just a bad starting position for it that wound up inflicting some consequences, shall we say. Okay, let's get up over here. And, sorry, I'm a little behind in chat. We'll find the next rest stop. Like perhaps right over here, if I can make it up to this block and say hi to Shiny Cool, first of all. And Mail64, exactly, if you make a level that hard, you had better have the best music you can manage. Better have something that you're
Oh no!
going to stand repeatedly on loop. And Electro Dude, good morning to you as well. And Mang as well. We've got the gang all here. And yeah, Electro Dude, since you've just come in, we've been talking repeatedly about how good the peaceful music is in this level. Which led me to wonder if you kind of uploaded the same level with different music tracks, what kind of results you would get from the clear rate.
No!
You know, just in terms of whether you've got the player in a bit of a frantic or excitable mood, or you're actually allowing them
Oh no!
some breathing room to concentrate. Q is still open, by the way, but probably won't be open for too much longer. I'm close enough to finishing this level that I want to complete it before I move on to the next submission, but it also means that by the time I do, we'll probably be running to the point where I have a big queue to wrap up, so I will probably close queue by the time I'm finished with this one, whether I clear it or not, and I hope I will. Okay, there we go. Okay. Nope, that's a miss.
Oh no!
I don't know why I was thinking for a moment that I would have multiple boosts like the propeller hat in 3D World. Because that was actually what threw me off. I was thinking, oh great, we've got the hat, we'll just boost 3 times and we'll be perfectly positioned, and then I realized, oh wait, wrong theme. So that was a bit of a choke. But that's what happens at high altitudes. You deprive yourself of oxygen. Anyway, let's go back here. Whoops, nope, once again.
Oh no!
Initial conditions there were not favorable. L64, now that you mention it, I'm trying to remember what 3D Land used as its finale music, because of course it's been a decade since I played it. I did beat the 8 crown level 3D Land, just don't remember too much of the specifics, which is unusual for a Mario game. I usually have a very sharp memory of Mario games long after I've played them. But 3D Land is not one that... It's one of those games where, in spite of clearing it to 100%, I don't feel like I know it well. Alright, let's get back up here. I guess the sort of extreme example of that effect is NSMB2, where I did play it to 100%, at least the kind of base content, not counting DLC or anything. And also just don't have a very good memory of it at all, mostly because it just didn't add much and bring much to the table when it comes to innovations to the Mario series. Just made shockingly few contributions in terms of power-ups, enemy sets, platforming ideas. Really the one game that was competent but just didn't move the ball in any way, right? Like, it's perfectly functional as somebody's first Mario game, perhaps, but I can totally see why NSMBU kind of suffered from people already feeling series burnout back when it came out in 2012. Whoops. Nope. That was a miss. Although, one thing I do want to pick up before the 3DS and Wii U eShops go down is Impossible Pack for NSMB2. Simply because it does have a reputation for being significant official Nintendo Mario content that I haven't played, and would not be able to play again until such time as the 3DS library starts to see some kind of future re-release. I know that even for people who play on emulation, that apparently stuff like the DLC is an absolute nightmare to get running. Nope, that's a miss. Yeah, Supernova, the 3DS and Wii U shop are going to be up until early next year. You can no longer add money directly by credit card, but you can add to your shared balance with the Nintendo Switch account. And so it's still possible to purchase. I'm thinking that, in spite of the fact that it's likely to wind up on some eventual GBA segment of the Nintendo Switch Online service, I actually do want to pick up Super Mario Advance 4, which is SMB3, but with the added e-reader levels that I've also never played, and which are not easily accessible in any other way. Because that's something I would want to play on stream at some point, by the way, is the SMB3 e-reader levels. Because I've been reliably told that they should be of special interest to Mario Maker people. Whoops.
Oh no!
I wouldn't even call it the Mario Sunshine of 2D Mario games. Mario Sunshine brings a lot that's unique to the table. Not all of it works great, But it was doing something inventive and experimental, which is pretty much the opposite of NSMB2, which is just the safest possible game. Even with the thing that it was trying to do with all the coins and coin rush modes and all that. But yeah, I have a particular sort of Wii U and 3DS discontinuation shopping list, as it were. And there are definitely a few things that I'll need to decide on by next March or so. Whoops.
Oh no!
I'm always surprised when I go back to Mario 64 how many mechanics in 3D Mario I take for granted that were not yet introduced at that point. Even something as simple as the wall jump, for instance. Like, there is a bit of that wall kick mechanic to it, I guess, but it's really not the same thing as the modern wall jump that we expect. And I don't remember if that was in the DS version of Mario 64, though. Maybe it was. Because Mario 64 DS was actually pretty interesting in some respects. Nope.
Oh no!
I think I need to twirl ahead of the wall jump. I may also be doing the wall jump much too early, but the thing is, I feel like I'm getting damage frames on the munchers so early that I'm sort of inclined to go as soon as possible, and I'm clearly going far too early. If I can take the damage any later, going from Super Mario to Small Mario, I would like to delay that damage as long as possible, because the more time I have to approach the propeller, the better position I will be to actually make the exit happen. Thanks to the patience of everybody waiting in queue, by the way. I know I'm taking kind of extra long on this one, but that's because we are very, very close. I would like to see it through. Alright, let's head down and let's head back up. I think Sunshine might actually have been the last Mario game I did not get 100% on. I didn't drop the thwomp.
Oh no!
Didn't go low enough for it. Supernova, you feel like most of my viewers are patient people. Yeah, because we've weeded out all the people who aren't. That's just what happens. That's the secret to building a streaming community that works for you, is to, intentionally or not, gradually just weed out all the viewers for which it is not a good fit. Okay, that was... I felt like that was a much better bounce. I wonder why
Oh no!
it didn't go so well. I feel like I'm just supposed to drop out of the spin a lot quicker, but it's really hard to tell. Because I feel like I still don't have very reliable control over the snowball diagonal there. That clearly something has to change on my end to make that line up properly. Okay, there we go. Nope. Yeah, I still don't really know how to make that go any better, whether I just need to kick closer to the right to begin with, or do something. I actually feel like maybe I'm not following the coin trail closely enough, and that I'm actually bouncing too high. You would think that if you bounce closer to the center, that you are horizontally in a better position to land back on a snowball. What's actually happening is that your starting position is going to be too high, and that it's going to cause problems for dropping back down in time. So maybe I am actually kind of correcting in the wrong direction there. I also didn't drop the lot.
Oh no!
And yeah, Mel64, the whole blue coin collectathon
Oh no!
in Sunshine, I remember just being especially difficult to track, in fact. It kind of relied excessively on your memory of what you had or had not done, and for a massive collectathon system, that was really something that I'm glad designers have largely grown past, I suppose. I didn't have that issue with doing Odyssey to 100%, for instance. Odyssey I actually found to be a fairly smooth 100% experience. No real issues with it. Yeah, you hit this thing lower. Except now I'm bouncing too low to actually get on the platform.
Oh no!
I just haven't found a sweet spot here when it comes to making contact. No, I've enjoyed doing 100% in all of the recent Mario games, I think.
Oh no!
But particularly because I really strongly agree with the endgame level design that has been typified by Champions Road, like everything since Galaxy 2 with Grandmaster Galaxy. You know, by having the huge no checkpoint extravaganza that acts as a final exam for the game. I strongly agree with that as being in itself the 100% reward. Like, you prove that you can do the whole game and you get there. And then have the mega level that kind of gives you a proper grand finale.
Oh no!
Yeah, I remember Purple Coins on Battle Rock. Given that I last played it 15 years ago, I've mostly being a level where, you know, you potentially miss one very early on, and then you realize, oh, that's it for this attempt. I don't remember what I considered the hardest. Despite the notoriety of stuff like both Battle Rock and Luigi's Purple Coins. In Galaxy 1, I don't recall what gave me the most trouble. In Galaxy 2, there were two levels in particular, other than the finale, that kind of wrecked me for a while. One was Cosmic Clones at the Chomp Works, which took me a while to develop a good method for. And the other one would have been the ultra-fast version of Stone Cyclone, which I don't know if I was just really tired while playing it, but I remember that one being a grueling experience for me. To the point that I can remember having difficulties like this 12 years after playing the game. Whoops. Okay, take damage now. No. No.
Oh,
Still
no.
out of position for the boost. Yeah, Supernova, I think that's what I'm thinking about. The one that made Stone Cyclone basically go at double speed the whole way through. Yeah, I remember that and Chomp Works being the roadblocks for me. I think Perfect Run was actually fairly manageable for me. But it's been so long since I played it, so... Okay, so we found that it's much better to actually follow the advice of the coin trail and hit Snowball low. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no.
There is an extremely specific sweet spot, though. I can see that's where the punishment is coming from in this level, is just how you hit that snowball. I just don't really understand how to perceive it reliably just yet. It's always something where, you know, if I make contact with a snowball, I actually don't know if I'm going to make the landing, regardless of the initial position. You gotta push into it. Yeah, you kind of have to push into it as you're doing the initial bounce. Pushing right. Okay, defer this damage as much as possible. There we go. There we go. And let's drop in. Oh, it's Dr. Shy Guy. Yeah, of course. Is Dr. Shy Guy wanted to see Spikes? Spikes what? I can't read this. This is an AP something? Apparently, that's what it is. Wanted to see Spikes, apparently. And here's his dentist chair, apparently. There we go. We got it.
Oh, yeah. Mario time.
Took me well over an hour, but we did it. I see a Luca record on this one, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for all the GGs. I should actually look at whether there's artwork on this level before we abandon it. DGR, how do you play Dr. Mario? I wonder where this comment is. Section is so jank. And this guy reached something before deciding to just leave something in the comment box. Anyway, we raised the clear rate. Look at that. I think it was a 0.33. We took it up to a 0.34. So, improvement has been achieved. Thank you for that, Supernova, and thank you everybody for waiting so patiently. We are going to mark that as a win. I'm going to bring up the next level, and then I'm going to close the queue. So this is last call. Yeetus, if you are still here, thank you so much for waiting, everybody who has waited. We'll just kind of go down the list and see who has survived up to this point. I think Yeetus may have departed us. Next is going to be Male64, who certainly must have finished that clear check by now. Do speak up in the chat to confirm that, if you will. Just the last level, okay. Let's see. Will this happen to be the Wendy Volcano playtest again, with some fixes this time, or something else that we're looking at? Supernova, the joke is that its Dr. Shy Guy had requirements for the contest levels. He wanted spikes, on-off switches, and blue lits. You didn't want to use spikes, though, because you have taste? But that's okay. I'm glad you kind of appropriately shoved them all off to one side. It's nice that you managed to create a level with the propeller like that was that functional without spikes. I guess mainly it was because you were using things like the grinder blades as facial constraints. And icicles all over the place, of course. If I can take the secret path after the first checkpoint... Oh, you mean the one that's kind of in the top right? Way high up that I've never actually beaten? We'll see if we can do that. Anyway, as I said, the queue is now closed. I think most of you are familiar with how I run things by now, but we will get through everything we can among the people who are already in the queue. So hopefully you folks are able to stay to endure some more of that. And I will edit my stream title and everything else relevant. Reflect the fact that we are suddenly a very exclusive club. Scour the Bowel Volcano to defeat Wendy. Something about donuts. Actually, I've always thought, even going back to Maker 1, I complained about this a lot, but even going back to Maker 1, that both spikes and one-way panels, having been elements newly introduced in Maker, never felt like they visually fit the palette of the original Mario games. And I always wanted there to be more theme-specific spike replacements like the jellyfish in SMP3 Underwater. And I feel like that would have significantly improved the game aesthetically to have that option available. It's really too bad that they just do that for that one theme. And here we go. Like, these were very functional pieces. You kind of needed them in for purely functional purposes, but neither of them quite had an authentic Mario look, even from the beginning. Man, every theme should have the jellyfish. Yeah, if you just replaced all of the spikes in this game with the jellyfish, I see absolutely no problem with that, apart from maybe some visual confusion with munchers. And no, even that's not really a problem. Perhaps. Anyway. Let's do this. Oh, nope, so much for that power-up. And so much for that power-up. Okay, that's fine, we'll just proceed as is. That's okay, Bone Shell is the main thing that we need, I think, to do the secret path that was mentioned earlier, because there is a big power-up refresh point past checkpoint 1, if I recall, or just before checkpoint 1, rather. So we just have one... If this is similar to the last version I saw, then we just have one chance to deal with the upper secret once we get past this point. Yeah, this point over here. Anyway, that's going to push everything. And we're going to bump the swamp. Whoop. Or bump that guy, I guess. Right, because we need to bump the swamp all the way up in order to do the other secret. We can do that. I am going to leave the bone shell first, though, so we don't accidentally smash it. And yeah, we can do this a sensible way with the note blocks, instead of doing it the fancy way with... However, I was doing this before. Okay. In fact, without activate... Oh, no, so much for the bone shell. No, it just got pushed. Okay, good. Then we can even just stack these directly instead of activating the thwomp. Whoops. Nope, hang on. There we go. That might have overshot, actually. No, it doesn't. Let's do that. You added a sort of reward if you pushed the on-off before. I see. Okay, I don't think I picked up on that, but... Right, and then this area here, 1-ups. And this is the big power-up point, if I am not mistaken. Allows me to grab the fire flower, mainly. Be jumping out of the bone shell soon enough. After checkpoint 1, so we'll get up here. Get up here, and then see what we can get done. You're saying it's nearly transparent if you didn't use the on-off before. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what to look for with that, but we'll see. Okay, so hitting the P-switch allows me to drop the blasters on the right. The blasters will drop straight into the arrow. That means that they will stop toggling the on-off switch, which means what? Well, I'm only able to get through if the blasters have stalled on either side there. Let's see. Oh, yes, but then the pipe will spit out something on the left side, likely a spike ball that's going to carve up the top side. I also failed to get the bone shell. But now we have this. And then now we lose the fire flower. Okay. That's fine, we just need to get to the left side of this gate. Oh yeah, I had the fire flower. I could have just melted this as a shortcut. Imagine if we had actually thought of that. Oh, and this is just a shortcut that takes you over to the checkpoint. I see. It's an alternate route, not necessarily a shortcut, but an alternate route. I don't know how much of a savings it is, but we've finally seen that path, though, after never having seen it up to that point. Probably not a very thorough playtest on my part, but well, we'll go with it. Anyway, we'll do the same thing here before and try to save a POW. Save a horse, ride a POW boy. POW block, I don't know. Let's pop this POW over here. Let's get another one on the left side. It was always the shortcut you made it clear. Oh, so much for Leaf. Tap this switch over here, and up we go. And yeah, we're going to save the POW for the later segment, because that was fancy and I want to see if it still works. If we just don't have some kind of accidental activation like we did last time. Let's let Wendy do some additional swinging. Get her out nice and early. Take this. Through we go into the tree. Yeah, I don't even know what changed about the secret passage this time, but it did seem a lot clearer to read than it was before for some reason that I can't quite place. I wonder if there was something like a spiny hat secret or something that would have allowed you to access to P directly here. I think that was the implication, but we never found anything to that effect. Anyway, let's just pow her out of the way once she's landed. Just shortcut this thing entirely without hitting the on-off switch. And then we'll do the exit sequence with the 54 seconds that remain on the clock. After we remember to clear the coins first. Whoop, nope. We're going to be a little tight on time here, but interestingly enough, I would have been able to whip the on-off switch with my tail. Not that it gets me anything whatsoever. We're going to be really tight on the clock. Which I suppose will be an interesting demonstration of whether you can in fact do everything in one segment, which I don't think I had done previously, so. The secret path was just below this end room. Yes, I remember noticing something with the way that the on-off activations were stacked. Anyway, that works out. Yeah, because I remember sort of getting too close to the ending segment by the axe last time and having multiple on-off switches activate or whatever. I believe that looks like it's been fixed or improved in some form, but that's just a very cursory inspection. Yeah, I suppose I skipped the entire section with the seesaws, given the alternate path that I took. Because I was trying to think about like which sections we had missed this time around, but thank you for offering me first clear. That seemed to have survived the shortcut route fairly well, just barely got in under the clock. And you're happy with the results? Yeah, I hope we don't find anything too game-breaking from here, so I will gladly keep the first clear. Good luck as you progress with the Super World. Fabiotics, if you're still here, please check in. I do see Fabiotics on the lurk list, so we'll just give a moment. The usual policy, yep, is to give people a second chance if they just happen to be AFK or something, but that will not be relevant to us here because Fabiotics is, in fact, present. Do let me know what you would like to see. I do see that you have a very newly published Super World, but we can also do some individual level if you'd like to see a playtest. These are all very recent uploads, so just let me know if there's one that you would prefer to see. Can I start the Super World? Yes, I can. And Super World rules, as usual, will apply. If we get through the first one really, really quickly, we'll do a second. But I have no idea what I'm in for, so let's get along with it. Okay, something is going to smash on the right side. Something is going to take me upstairs. Water level seems to be steadily rising. That might be relevant to something eventually. Why would I want that? Nope, water level goes back down. Okay. Oh, I see. Getting over it. Yeah. That's exactly what this is. Except we do not have a way to activate that on-off switch. I think I am supposed to bounce on this. As looking at the camera, I don't know if we can make it. No, we can't. Maybe I can make the jump across. Whoops. We'll see. Yes, indeed, that is what is expected of you, and then you have to not get hit by the spring on the left side. Rather, jump your way up. We specifically did not want that to happen. Whoops. But I do see the intended pathway now, so... Whoop. It's just something we'll need to work towards. As we attempt to get over it. Whoops. It may be here for a while. Amazing that you can cover that distance. Just a single spring. Okay, let's try it again. Nope, that's gonna take a while. There will eventually be some kind of state switch as well that's going to... no, actually, this entire setup down here just enforces that the state is going to start it off every time you enter this room. If I understand it correctly. Nope. Well, we'll see. It's just to the left side and then back to the right, and then that's the checkpoint. But then you actually have to get at least one jump down first. So we'll see if we can make some meaningful progress. If I can't make much meaningful progress, I will have to bail out, by the way. But we'll see if we can make this work. And meanwhile, thank you to Zypher89 for the raid. Zypher having come in from a Mario Maker stream, although I understand you've been getting in some Hollow Knight practice lately as well. I hope all of that's been going pretty well. And I'm doing alright. I'm kind of back to a late schedule for the next few weeks, so... Still on at this hour. Whoops. And we've had some pretty good clears so far today. This is not one of them. I am not getting over it. And you've been trying to finish the last Pantheon in Hollow Knight. Yeah, I never got that far in the post-game content. I do want to replay the game in full at some point before Silksong comes out, but I was certainly not a completionist originally. I loved Hollow Knight, I just wasn't quite able to be as thorough as I would have liked. And it takes practice, as you know, from experience, from very recent experience. Okay. Getting closer. Nope. And yeah, I love boss rushes conceptually, it's just that Hollow Knight's going to take a lot of practice before I get to the point of wrapping up a lot of that Godmaster content or what have you. Would be nice to get it done before Silksong, but I don't know where I will find the time, just given how absolutely buried I am in video game backlog. And yeah, the Hollow Knight DLC was definitely endgame content for people who couldn't get nearly enough. Whoops. But I found in the past that, you know, if you try to do bonus content or special edition content in a Metroid context, that is hard to make the additional zones feel integrated. Hollow Knight actually does do that to some extent. I certainly never noticed. I mean, I played it for the first time on the Switch when a lot of the existing content that was added zone-wise was already totally integrated. I certainly didn't notice a thing. But I'm thinking back to some other games in the past where you could definitely see the disjunction between what was originally there and what was added afterwards. Okay, we're going to hit timeout pretty soon. Fabiotics will try to do a second attempt at this, but if I don't hit checkpoint by the end of the second timeout, I will likely call it. So we're not just staring at the same vine the whole time, but we'll see if we manage to progress. Whoops. But yeah, I totally understand why the Hollow Knight content was more battle-focused. It's funny because technically Silksong was supposed to be the DLC for the exploration people in terms of giving us a new map. It's just apparently just dramatically expanded in scope. Or I guess it was originally sold as playable Hornet, and they just massively over-delivered on every front when it came to interpreting what that meant. Whoops. And yeah, the Switch had everything minus one patch, I think, at launch. Because I seem to recall it came out shortly before Godmaster, or shortly before the final update. Yeah, I don't even mind that they're taking their time with Silksong, to be honest. I feel like I'm very confident it's going to be worth the wait. And I trust them. Okay, we are going to hit timeout number 1. We'll give this one more round, but timeout number 2 I think will be the limit. Very just given the length of the queue today. I feel like I can probably progress past that jump, but we'll see. So there is that second pipe on the other side. I feel like I'm not able to race it over. We can try. It's funny because I feel like we actually got reasonably close. But I'm going to try it a few times just to see. No, it's that turnaround at the very end that's throwing me off. Whoops. Now, I feel like that's a trap. If you kick the bomb, though, I think you can actually... Yeah, if you kick the bomb away, you can leave that platform open, and I think you can check conclusively whether the pipe is traversable. Because, yeah, the block is supposed to come down and crush the bomb, but if you kick the bomb like that, then you can check, and you can confirm that this pipe is actually a whole lot of nothing. It's just a fake out. Which makes me wonder about all this stuff here. I wonder if there's a vine or something that was supposed to be activated. Yeah, because even if you finish this whole segment in the subworld, if you come back out here, then what happens? I think it's just one big fake out. That's okay. We'll try to do one more round of the getting over it to see if we can get to the checkpoint, but then... This is definitely not the kind of level I specialize in, so... A little too close to precision style stuff for my taste in terms of margin of error. And yeah, I seem to recall that Godmaster being the last patch was the one and only patch that was after the Switch launch. That the updates prior to that, like all the Nightmare stuff, was already integrated into the Switch version at launch. I certainly didn't notice that it was added content, like the everything with the Dream Nail in terms of the alternate fights. They felt very much organically like a part of the game from the start to me, rather than as a bonus. Whoops. You thought the sewer path was not there. And, Allahu Akbar over 9,000, ça va bien. Let's up over here. Nope, still having some issues with overshooting. Need to be fairly accurate. I don't think I can really cut momentum after that landing. But... Whoops. Yeah, I'd forgotten that about the sewer path, in fact. Okay. Yeah, I feel like something like Pantheon is a long-term project if I ever do get to it. I'll probably be distracted by Silksong by that point. Whoops. You only think you did the first two Pantheons, okay. Yeah, definitely I feel like some of that post-launch endgame stuff was built for people who already just did stuff like Steel Soul and found it a piece of cake. Which is not me, I'm much too sloppy a player. Same with things like Dread mode that was added to Metroid Dread, just... I understand its appeal conceptually, it's just that I'm much too sloppy a player to be doing stuff like that. Whoops. Okay. One thing I will say about getting over at levels like this is that since you're just looking at the same thing repeatedly, they actually do leave ample room for conversation about other stuff. I feel like it's absolutely not any kind of disadvantage that I'm just talking about Hollow Knight the whole time while playing this. Zypher, you said you feel like you're sloppy but also very inconsistent. Yeah. That's why I'm not a speedrunner of anything. I can't duplicate my own patterns or inputs often enough. I'm much better with challenges that allow you to have some headroom to improvise and react to changing circumstances, rather than actually being perfect. In action games, anyway. In things like turn-based strategy, that's a different story. What are you supposed to do when you get that first jump right? You're supposed to go up to the left, like to this slot up there. Just go back and forth. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do the whole time. I see very clearly what I'm supposed to do, in fact, I just haven't been able to do it. Whoops. And thank you so much for the gift sub, Cypher. I do enjoy that L64, especially because, given that I am back on my later schedule, I'm sure you'll get ample use out of the sub-Q benefit. Whoops. And yes, once again, thank you so much for your generosity, Zypher, both with the raid and the gift sub. Alright, let's see if we can push this any further. But yeah, I will be bailing out after this timeout, for sure. Before my hands completely cramp from attempting this. And yeah, I don't know exactly when it would be most convenient for me for Silksong to release. Maybe late this year, since it would be before Zelda hits, but also because I'm not really a Pokemon player, so Nintendo-wise, my schedule is a little bit more relaxed going into the holiday season, at least by the looks of it. I mean, usually we see some kind of new announcement on short notice, but hey, we finally made it here with 49 seconds to go. Let's see if we can hit checkpoint. We will not. But we hit a new record, so I feel like we accomplished something. Whenever it releases, you'll stop all your life for a week and eat it. Which makes me think of that one particular NPC in Hollow Knight that's munching on the other poor creatures by the station, having the time of her life, devouring her fellow bugs. Okay, getting along with it. We ultimately didn't really get along with it, unfortunately. I don't know if anybody actually did get clear on it, but let me take a look at the profile, in fact, to see what the clear status right now is like on getting along with it. 3 clears. Oh, 1 by Chichiri, so Chichiri managed to make it through. We were not so lucky. Anyway, thanks Fabiotics. Unfortunately, a little out of my range. So we will have to mark that as loss. B Suzuki, if you are still here. Yes, you are. Let's see what you have for me today. I actually really enjoy the map system in Hollow Knight as is, personally. I think it's one of those things that I can understand why it's controversial and why certain types of players don't like it, but I was actually very fond of it. Okay, I can actually kind of make out the Portuguese, but I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it. So, B Suzuki, if you would like to tell us about your water level, you're quite welcome to do so. I can read a little bit of Portuguese, I just can't speak it in a way that would sound anything like Portuguese, so. Someone managed to cheese it, but you swear you clear checked it legitimately. Okay. Oh, you mean in terms of cheesing the top over here, I see. With the 5-second record, yeah, so somebody who actually understands how to do stuff like that. Manage something special. Now, you're obviously not allowed to land on a squid. It's something like water on the neck, jumping is hard, and in Portuguese it rhymes, that's right. Oh, whoops, there we go. So yeah, this is all about managing the drag as you get out of the water. And you're quite right, Mel64, I think there are things in Hollow Knight that still set the standard and It's funny because we're kind of far along enough now that
Oh no!
Hollow Knight's influence is beginning to be palpably felt. I don't know if we've discussed that with the Ori games before, but about a year ago I streamed Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and you could tell that one of the big things that from Ori 1 to Ori 2 was that a lot of the changes were really just a matter of the developers saying, hey, let's just crib from
Oh no!
the stuff that Hollow Knight did well, and flatter it with a little bit of imitation. And in many cases, those changes were actually a good idea. But yeah, I think it sort of instantly became a design reference point in a way that has not really been duplicated. Really is a remarkable game. And I feel like I'm not even really that qualified to talk about it, just given how much content I haven't done, haven't completed. Whoop, there we go. Whoop, jumped a little too early there and just got dunked. You had performance issues with Ori 2 at the time. You do need to give it a second chance. So I also played Ori 2 on Switch. There's only one performance issue I remember it being a problem, which was that once you get enough movement skills to really speed through the game, sometimes you can actually go a little too quick for the camera to catch up. I remember that being the only problem that I ran into. Was that sometimes you would just go too fast for the loading, which... That's certainly not the only game to have given me that in the past. I did really enjoy it. I thought that there were a lot of things that I had mixed feelings about in Ori 1 that Ori 2 solved in a very elegant way. And here we go. You think you skipped it because of the card size issue. Card size issue... Are you talking about storage capacity on a physical card, or what is it? Because I played it on digital, so... So I wasn't aware that it was a game that had that problem. It's gonna hit the POW now on this round. Then we will head up, and we need to not touch the squid. But then, okay, so what's going to activate the POW? We need to think about this, because the bomb has to activate the POW, but that requires one bomb to be set by the on-off switch first. I don't see where that's going to come from. Oh, that's what it is. And you just need to jump to maintain height above the squid. And then, yeah, the bomb is going to blow up the hard block is going to activate the POW, and then that's going to unstack the munchers. We need to get across. So we just need to jump along with the squid to make sure it's not going to be an issue. Yeah, so this is a rhythm game element here. I was trying to get out of there in time. I probably should have just gone straight to the right and towards the mushroom. There was no particular reason to double back. It just took me too long to read that I should have just gone straight forward. Ah, storage on your SD card, I see. Yeah, I've had to upgrade my SD card once. I think I'm on a 512 now, when I've found a good deal on it.
Oh no!
And I feel like that's enough for me to stick with for
Oh no!
the remaining life of the Switch, given that I still do buy a lot of single-player games with a definite conclusion on cartridge. Things like the Xenoblade games, I get them all on cartridge. Okay. No, just needed to go faster. For fast-paced Metroidvania, there's Trash Quest. I don't know that I've ever heard of it.
Oh no!
And yeah, I was very satisfied with Metroid Dread. It's actually one of the few games that I've kind of casually learned speed routes for. Because I've never really been a speedrun focused player, but with Dread it was actually very satisfying to learn in that you could pick up a lot of sequence breaks and basic techniques without a lot of fussing around with the inputs. And it was very accessible as kind of an on-ramp to getting the faster times. Much more so than some of the previous games, I think, in terms of still having an intermediate reward for decent times that would feel very approachable.
Oh no!
Yeah, there was a lot about Dread's map design that I think was rewarding. I think going into it, there was understandably a lot of reason to wonder about how a Metroid game would feel in a post-Hollow Knight world. Like, would it still kind of have that freshness that
Oh no!
makes it the series that defines the genre? And in some sense, I think Dread actually kind of over-delivered on that. Like, it was doing a lot that was unique not only to Metroid, but to the genre as a whole in terms of bringing in new ideas about map structure and power-up progression and resource management and everything else. Like, it felt like it was not just a nostalgia game or a series retread or anything like that, which would have been safe, but I think, you know, people would understandably expected more out of the Metroid brand. And whoops.
Oh no!
But yeah, my
Oh,
indie purchases on Switch have slowed down quite a bit from what they used to be, partly because I'm spending so much time on Mario Maker. Partly because after your library reaches a certain point of oversaturation, you just pick up less and less on sale, right? Which is the same thing that happened to me on Steam, where after a few years there was a very sharp drop-off in what I was actually purchasing. Because there comes a point at which time becomes the more valuable commodity.
no!
And yeah, I really enjoyed the Emmy segments as well. I feel like the Emmy segments are one of the things that are maybe slightly less interesting on replays because you... a lot of that initial sense of nonlinearity as you get chased around a map wears off when you do have a specific idea of the map structure, as well as a clear idea about what your objective is and what to do, but there was this kind of initial illusion of openness in the Emmy segments that was very fresh the first time. Oh, whoops.
No!
Still standing a little too close to that blooper. But I found that when I was going for my 3 to 4 hour times on a bit of a casual basis, that the Emmy segments, while still a lot of fun as platforming challenges, were one of the parts that felt more repetitive than the others, perhaps. And that's not a complaint, it's just the nature of the beast.
Oh no!
Obviously, for people who really do push the movement tech in a game, it remains quite interesting.
Oh no!
Especially if they have the ability to pull off things like the counters consistently. But yeah, like I was saying, I think it was important for Dread to be doing things that neither previous Metroids nor their imitators were really doing, and I think it
No!
did manage to convey that very successfully. And yeah, I did replay Fusion right before Dread, and part of it was to kind of notice everything I could about the way that the chase sequences would have evolved since. Okay, so now we're big, and then that lets me jump. Is that it? Really? Okay, we got it. Unless there's something on this side, of course I'm going to check. You know I'm going to check. There we go. You see, the thing about B. Suzuki is that he respects Secret's design. And so it's always, always worth checking. There we go. That's a GG.
Oh yeah! Mario time!
Lots of fun as always. Thank you for that, B. Suzuki. And yeah, not going for that 5-second record. I actually kind of want to see what the developer clear time is. 1:12. So whoever decided they could just make the jump, well, alright, if that's how you want to play. Yeah, I don't think that's really even necessarily a precision level, because it's no, I would disagree with that. I think it is something that gives you plenty of headroom and planning space to work with, and you just need to kind of understand it conceptually. Which, to me, is always much more rewarding than trying to manage tight pixel space. But yeah, I don't know how that cheese would have functioned either. Certainly nothing that I could do. Koopa T, if you're still here. I'll bring you back for another round. I think Koopa T is long gone though, so we'll probably bypass that. Let's see how we're doing with the rest of the list. We have Awesome Lamp and then Zero Planes. Awesome Lamp I know is here because you just said GG. And yeah, I don't believe multiplayer would count for the world record. You tried to punch that into co-op or something. But don't take my word for it. Awesome Lamp requests this super world. Let's take a look. And very fresh upload of the super world from just about a week ago. Let's see how it goes. And Super World rules, as usual, apply. We'll tag in as many levels as we can within the first 15 minutes or so, depending on how we do. This is the most traditional feeling thing I have seen all day, and it's actually quite refreshing. I guess there was Male's Volcano level as well, but that was very much still its own kind of gimmick in some respects, even though it played at a traditional mode of difficulty. And yeah, I know that I have played a chunk of the previous, either the previous version or a lot of the levels individually, but it's been long enough now that honestly it's going to be a fresh experience. Going down there, we'll grab that. And I've played most of it up to World 5 before, yes. I think I remembered something about the whole Koopa and Slope bit here, but like I said, it's been so incredibly long that we'll just see what we can do to get caught up. And yeah, Mil64, I think that's fair that it's very much your own style at this point structurally, but that the mode of engagement in terms of like how the player is interacting with the levels still feels very much in keeping with traditional play. It's just that the spaces have a different structural logic to them. Alright, let's grab a cape. And you know what? Let's fly. Well, let's fly everywhere. Oh, or not everywhere. Well, okay, we'll skip the checkpoint. And that's about as far as we're going. There. Let's see if we regret skipping the checkpoint. Okay, so we'll just whip this guy. But remember that whipping the shell makes it possible for it to wake up. Okay, and up we go. And all the way upstairs. There we are. Oh, there's something upstairs. Let's see if we can fly. Given the room that I have, probably not. Maybe so. Alright. Anything? Oh, that's unfortunate. We tried. I think we'll definitely be able to get through World 1 at least, so let's try to push through it. And thank you for the GGs. We will, of course, be doing everything supposedly optional to the top of Mushroom Mountain. And here we are. Yeah, this I actually kind of remember, that you have the sort of entry here where you have this passage going up, another passage going down, which is matched by a different level later on. I do remember that, in fact. That little structural element to the Superworld, which relates to how it branches on the world map. That we're taking one side of the branch and the other side of the branch links to the green pipe with an equivalent entrance. A fairly uncommon example of the layout logic of the Superworld Overworld map actually being reflected in the levels themselves. I don't see that very often, in spite of how people try to bring that kind of integration into Superworld design. Yeah, we don't need to do the full reset, obviously. I just wanted to show off the entryway. Then what do we have here? Getting over it, except maybe going a little better than that Abiotics level we saw previously. I also probably said something previously about some of this being aesthetically like the mountain climb in Celeste. Although, of course, with a very different difficulty tuning. Oops. Anyway, up to clouds. Most of these levels are 2 years old and not up to your recent secret hiding standard. Yeah, understandable. Super worlds are long-term projects, so... Yeah, the world map designer doesn't really give you that much flexibility. I've seen very few world maps actually kind of stand out when it comes to layout. I mean, it's very easy just to not pay too much attention to what's going on with them. But anyway, that upper pipe, as I saw, or rather said earlier, was locked. We'll just head down here instead. Totally expected to run into that, which did not save me. And Supernova, you're back from taking care of stuff. And yeah, good time for chilling, if that's the case. What's this? Nothing. Oh, am I small already? We must have made a number of mistakes. Okay. Tempted to toss a shell down there, but we don't have one. Probably not going to try to make that as a jump, though. Would be unwise. Oh, look at that shot. Did you miss Mang or Centrix? No, not yet. But they will be coming soon enough. But we will in fact be finishing with them later today. So let's just blast through World 1 here. We might even have time for 1 or 2 World 2 after this, depending on how quickly it goes. We'll find some kind of natural cutoff point for a reasonable session. Okay. Now let's get over here. And yeah, nothing down below. We'll take this with us and totally miss. You know what? We're going to take it with us. Because it's a boss room and you never know what that can do. Oh, it just gives you an early hit. Not a big deal. Easily and readily dispatched. I'm gonna grab the star. Watch this. It's going to wake up and die immediately. I just wanted to show that off. It's the obvious thing that happens, but... I also noticed that we are getting a little bit of a lag spike again. Hopefully it's not too severe. Now 64, you think that castle levels are hardest to make because of the temptation to just have the outside included? I'm not sure I quite follow. but clearly the result in a Mario context is much less scary because Yoshi is willing to enter with you, which was not originally the case. So yeah, we can probably have time for one or two more before we proceed to the next submissions. Zypher, thank you so much once again for the raid and the gift sub. Very happy to have you here to talk Hollow Knight. And do have a great night and enjoy your streaming as it proceeds. Okay, we'll tap that. And more boomerangs, which will allow me to show off this little thing here that is not useful in this level. And no, we're not going to go through the whole super world, but we'll get through part of it. We'll see how we're doing for time, by the way, by the time I get through the remainder of the queue in terms of how long I can stay. I do know that I was having enough trouble with Mang's level from reviewing a bit of it yesterday that I expect it's going to be something I take a bit of time on, but feeling good about the clears today, though, especially after Supernova's level, which I think went pretty well for something with a clear rate around a 0.3 zone. I think it actually went rather successfully. Ah yes, dry bones in this graveyard. I remember playtesting multiple versions of this way back when. 2 years ago, as you were saying. That's a good point, Mail64, that we have not yet been molded today. I kind of wonder, Supernova, from seeing your level played previously, what the stumbling blocks for other people were. I mean, clearly I think I could not have been the only one who had a lot of trouble with the snowballs at the end. But I sort of wonder what else in that level was giving people that much trouble. Because most things seem pretty manageable, as long as you have a pretty good sense of your propeller boost budget. Oh, whoops. Nearly got buried in the graveyard. That would not have been a very good idea. Anyway, up we go, and then we'll grab one of these for the road. The popular tab tank to clear rate. Okay, that would happen. I guess that's what happens when you're popular enough to draw in the DGR crowd and everybody else. In some ways, that's a good sign that, you know, if you have people who are willing to play a level that is harder than what they would usually be able to manage because they trust your reputation as a maker, I think that's a good sign. Like how in Mario Maker 1, you actually had tons of plays on levels by Panga, for instance, just based on Panga's reputation, in spite of the fact that the vast majority of players who stamped a like on it would not have made it past the first jump. That's kind of an extreme case, but you know what I'm getting at, that, you know, if they are able to have fun with your level, even if they can't beat it, I think that's actually a good sign for its design. As I've often said in the past, I think one of the hardest things in Mario Maker is to make a level that people can enjoy even if they can't beat it. Where you struggle with it, but you can still appreciate how much fun you're having. Koopa is trapped in that little lit up cage, I suppose. Whoops. Hang on. Is this just a positional thing? It should be, yeah. This will be the last one before I proceed with the queue. So we'll make it halfway through World 2, I suppose. I think that'll be a good place to take a pause and continue with the rest of the queue. But yeah, Awesome Lamp, depending on how much time we have left at the end of the queue, which will depend very heavily on the difficulty of the remaining levels, I would not mind closing on more of the Super World today if we have some extra time left over. I don't necessarily expect that will happen, though. Anyway, we're going back to this area where everything is made to look very similar because it's pretending that the entrance through that red pipe has crumbled and that the Koopa has escaped from the laboratory. Oh, it totally is the abandoned, or rather, the abandoned lab. Yeah, so the Koopa has escaped. It looks very much like the opening of Super Metroid. The last Koopa is in captivity. Super Mario Galaxy is at peace. Oh, there we are. Okay, this guy is going to be speedy. We can probably lop off the piranha up front at the cost of the power-up. But it does give me a little bit more height to work with. Now, is this a survival timer? I believe it may be. Unless I'm supposed to just pop this. Ah, yes, it is, because the track eventually sends that up. Kind of a multi-phase survival thing where you eventually do get to fight the Koopa as it comes up. Let's take this to the finish with us. There we go. Very functional for a dark level, I thought. Anyway, let's close out on that for the time being. Thank you, Awesome Lamp, for giving us a bit of a review of this whole set in this brand new context of this freshly uploaded Super World. Looking forward to eventually making it to some new content, but we'll just have to earn our way there with time, so let's mark that as a win for now. Let's proceed. Zero Planes, if you're still here, we'll get to the quested level. And in fact, since Zero Planes kind of came in with the raid earlier, I was going to pop this in anyway, for the benefit of everybody who wants to see what they may or may not have seen earlier on his expert stream. I'm going to take out the translation engine and point it at the description in case anything is relevant here. So we're going to have a garbled machine translation of the Japanese in just a moment, once I pull out my device. Because I certainly can't read any of this. Guide to the exit, ultimate 4-choice puzzle. Look carefully at the screen and select a P-switch, POW block, on-off switch, and the one that can lead from the jump stand to the exit. There's an intermediate for every 12 stages and 4 stages. That probably means checkpoint. It probably just means that it's checkpointed. But anyway, it's going to be something involving item choice. I'm not going to remember the description even though we read it, but now we've seen it. We'll see if any of that is relevant. Okay, so POW, P, on-off switch, and spring. And we're going to do something with that once we've collected our power-ups for Endless. Ah, I see. So it's a sequence puzzle. The idea is that we need to do a certain sequence that's going to allow me to make it to the door. No, it's not a sequence puzzle. It's a select the item puzzle. So for example, if you look at this, all we need is the POW block. The POW block gets rid of all 3 munchers and it creates an open passageway to the door. So that's actually simpler than I thought. Notice that the on-off switch, if it ever becomes relevant, can be activated multiple times. Here, you know that there will need to be an on-off interaction in order for anything to work, because you need something to sit under the door, unless it's a case of taking an item that you place under the door itself, which would only apply to the POW block, well, or perhaps the P if you kind of jump on top of the P without activating it. But in order to get up there in the first place, you would need to just tap the on-off switch repeatedly. Because the POW only helps if you kill the munchers with it, and then after that you are not able to stand on it as a platform. So you just know structurally that this must be the on-off switch. So let's head on through here. Okay, here you know that even if you did hit the P switch, you would need to let it expire. The POW block would not open up enough of a passageway. If you did hit the P switch, it would kill the munchers, and it would, I think, seal off the lower platforms in such a way that you can't actually proceed before the P switch expires. So you need to see if there's some kind of open passage that would be created by that. I think if you use the on-off switches, you may actually be able to create a clear passage. I'm just looking at this carefully to see if it's the case, and I think it will be, but I could be wrong about that. Would definitely get rid of the munchers that are not on the top row, so it's just a matter of thinking, if you toggle the on-off switch, whether you have a clear passage up there. I don't think you do, because the top left munchers remain. Definitely considering the spring, but I don't see a passage for that. I think we're going to go P-switch. And that you actually need to hit the P-switch once you are past this point. And then that doesn't allow you to proceed through here, but it does allow you to proceed through this middle segment, so... like, you would get up above this. The muncher on the left would then die once the P-switches reactivate. And then you would proceed like this. Interesting placement of the spike here. This one looks like it should actually be the spring. But we'll need it to get the key. Notice the one-way panel as well. Strongly implies to me that we'll have to take the spring, go up, go down towards the key, but then retake the spring from the other side of the one-way panel as we go. So for example, we place it here, we loop around, and we re-grab it. And then that should allow me to go up. Yeah, so not only are you selecting each of the items, but you are planning out how to use them in interesting ways, which is nice. Quite nice save screen as well in terms of being in keeping with this whole 4-item design. So now we have a bit of a platforming challenge involved. With the spike directly under the door, which is interesting because I don't actually know how to deal with that at the moment. Because under what circumstance? Like, I guess maybe if the on-off takes priority over the spike placement, and I stand kind of a half tile away from it. And then we... Oh, whoops, that's a mistake. I didn't mean to go through here. Let's redo this. Yeah, I think I get it as well. I just need to do it. I believe you should be able to stand a half tile over the spike without making contact if you have the on state like this, but can we actually make it through? No, I think I made a mistake as well. Okay, no, I am going to change my broach here. I'm looking at this and wondering if there's some way I can give myself a bit of a damage buffer, but entering the door in the first place is the issue right now. Potentially what you can do is you can drop a POW block on top of the Muncher and use that as your entry platform. Which is an interesting solution because it uses a POW in a very non-POW way. Or at least, you know, it doesn't use it for detonation the way you would normally expect. Here it looks like ultimately we'll need a P-switch to get through the door, but that may or may not be a correct assumption. I think if we were to take the P-switch, we would need to figure out where to activate it. That would allow me to survive the fire bars that are going everywhere. But also the on-off switch would give me that half tile again while getting rid of the munchers, so we'll try this. And ultimately we would want to go up with the off state. I did that too much. I did not want to block the entrance. That was too many activations. That's an interesting trap, by the way, to punish you for just spamming the button. You do need to plan a little bit to do that accurately. But yeah, we understand this one. Yeah, this must have been a fun one to draw in the middle of an endless run, actually. It's a very unique little break from everything else. Okay, we'll do it like this. This should give me a clear passage. As long as we jump over the muncher. Rather important step. Now this... I'll need to take a look at. I feel like a single hit with the POW block actually will do it. Except for some of these double stacks. I didn't consider the double stacks, actually. Yeah, that doesn't quite do the trick. We need to rethink. Lives counting added some spice. Yeah, no, I don't really trial and error it. I am being a little bit sloppy in this segment past the checkpoint, I will admit. Usually I'm a little bit more perfectionistic about making sure we actually have the solution before proceeding to try something, but sometimes with some of the muncher killing patterns, it can be a little bit difficult to spot before having tried it. And yeah, this is quite a neat one here. Especially with the trap that we ran into earlier. You can trial and error this puzzle. And yeah, like you were saying, the difficulty is scaled to what you want to do, but interestingly enough, like I was saying earlier, it's not just a matter of selecting the item, you do need to know where to use them, and so there is a neat little element of problem solving that isn't just going to feel like a path for people who decide to do wild guessing. I am looking at the possibility of activating a P-switch. I'm looking at the potential drop patterns and where things get killed. The main issue I see with that is that it still locks me out of getting up to the top right if I go P-switch with this. On-off switch would get a couple of kills, but I don't see that it would open up the passage, or would it? Maybe it does. It totally does, yeah. That's fine then. Let's not be discouraged from applying the same kind of solution twice. Oh, interesting. So we have a little coin maze here. I feel like that's going to be a single POW to take care of this, except we need to deal with the coin that's on the right side. To me, that actually implies P-switch. Because the P-switch would open up the passage to obtain the top right coin, and also it would kill the Muncher. So I think it is going to be P-switch, and I think we need to plan out where to use it. I think it has to be here, because once we let it expire, we have an open passage with the Muncher dead. But for now, the main priority in getting the P-switch is to take this. And then... oh, forgot about that Muncher. Okay. That's a neat little trap. I quite like that, actually, as one little thing that's easy to overlook or forget. Because you would need to grab this coin in advance and then wrap your way around it, I think, and then drop in through the middle. Yeah, so I have the right idea. It is P-switch, but I needed a little bit of additional planning because I didn't spot the Muncher. I feel like you can get soft locked, yes, in that segment. I do see what you're talking about, I think. Yeah, I quite like this segment past the first checkpoint, where in a couple of these rooms past checkpoint 1, there are things that misdirect you into considering certain items before you realize that they don't work. Like, it makes you seriously consider the wrong solution. And, whoops, you have to be fairly sure by studying things in advance, or just by failing at them, that that's not the way it's going to work. Whoops, no, I did the wrong thing. I was supposed to use POW. I don't know why I instinctively went for that. We'll look for that soft lock. We won't actually do it, but we'll look for the soft lock when we're back in the coin room. Yeah, Eureka. This whole thing is the Nintendo misdirect. Which I'm kind of surprised is not a title that people have already overexploited for YouTube parody videos or something. The Nintendo misdirect, where they announced the date of Hollow Knight Silksong. Anyway. Over here. If you wait in the room on the right, okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out. What did I say this was? Oh yes, this was just killing everything. Yeah, and of course this puzzle is there to basically make you say, oh, surely you can't just be asking me to do the same kind of solution twice. The on-off switches. But indeed, that is exactly what it is. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. We're going to come over here. I'm gonna grab this guy. We're gonna hit the P switch. And then we're going to drop down below and loop around. And then we're going to get over here. And that's it for this section. And I totally forgot to look for the soft lock opportunity, but I think I know what it was. Intuitively. Interesting. Now we've rotated the whole layout. And yeah, you really do kind of have to commit to these sections because of these semi-solid placements, or do you? I think you do. So let's map this out. It's... If we think about the on-off switch, it's funny because you have multiple entrances that are possible here, and that would potentially affect what you can do. So for example, if you have a P-switch activation, you might be able to open up a certain passageway up top. I feel like we can do that actually. Let's come over here and then see why it's wrong. It's not wrong. It's absolutely correct. There we go. You think this room was your least favorite? Hey, look at that. It's a supernova pipe. That makes more sense because you clipped through a P block. Yeah, no. I think I was pretty fortunate in terms of seeing how the P-switch interaction would have been possible there. Okay, you definitely need something to stand on in the top right to enter the pipe. I don't see that it can be anything other than... Well, there are two options. Either you can put something on top of the muncher, which you can do. There is actually a clear path to platform all the way there and drop something like a POW. Yeah, let's do that. We can do that. There is a very clear path that's available right from the start. We just need to not die on top of the muncher while we do it. Now here, if you smash the POW, there's a very clear passage going through the top left. I don't see that there are any issues with that. Now what's this? This is the goal. To reach the goal, we'll need to actually get up to a point in a level that we can traverse, which indicates to me that we would need to do one of two things. We would have to... I'm thinking P-switch here. Because the P-switch would kill the muncher that's sitting on top of the goal card. And it would also allow me to, if we activate it right away, platform up to an upper location without using the spring. But I'm trying to see... I mean, we only really have two possibilities for getting upstairs, right? Which is to use the spring to jump up top. And we can kind of go back down to the one-way panel and reclaim it. And use it again and kind of nudge the spring over one segment at a time. Oh yeah, we can totally do that. Yep, I see it. I see the pathway. The one-way panels strongly imply some kind of regrab. That's precisely what this is going to be. Grab it, put it here, and we just continue going round and round. And we'll dump it here, line ourselves up, and there we are. That's the clear. Yeah, the one-way panels were a huge tell there, because you only have two options for getting up. You can use the P-switch or you can use the spring. The one-way panels basically point you to the spring. So, really cool concept. I'm glad we didn't get soft-locked. And thank you for that, Zero Planes. That was a very appropriate recommendation for the stream, and I'm glad you managed to stay all the way to see it get played. So, thanks again for the raid as well. And yeah, lots of fun, really a strong sense of identity as puzzle, I think. Not a maker I know among the Japanese makers I've seen. Yeah, not somebody I've played before. So, pretty unique concept. Yeah, I don't think I've played any of these. Anyway, Liebeslied. Let's try to punch in whatever you have. Thank you once again for your extreme patience and having waited hours for your submission to get played. Shortcut to the House in the Sky. We love this game so much. It's a 0.57, so we'll see what we can do. And do tell me if I'm completely mispronouncing your name, by the way. Liebeslied, perhaps. Okay. So this might just be something aesthetic rather than something that drops you on top of a saw later on, unless it's door that presumes you have the shoe already, in which case it would be safe to drop out. Okay, that's fine, as long as we jump in advance. Got an icicle up top, a couple of other icicles down here that we're just going to dash past. Whoa! That caught me. Yeah, I thought it looked German. Whoops. I was thinking so far, oh, this doesn't feel like a 0.57, what are we missing about this? And then realize what extreme potential there was to mess up all over the place. Well, I'm sure these one-ups are going to help. Alright, let's head on through. That's so long, Thwomp. Okay. That worried me for a moment. We didn't get close enough to drop the icicle in a timely fashion. People give up on the last bit. Okay, interesting. Well, we'll see when we get there. Seems pretty reasonable so then I'll head over here. Don't know what that whole beetle segment is, but there is a checkpoint up top, which we'll eventually consider. Looks like there's that whole coin trail leading up to the clouds below the checkpoint. As if we've been expected to maybe get there by way of a damage boost, but we'll see how that eventually pans out. This feels very much like a Maker 1 level in some ways, with everything being in this wide open space, apart from some Maker 2 specific elements like the side swamps, obviously, and the snake block. Things that I forget were not part of Maker 1. Here we go. Whoop. Yeah, that would have been a bit of a thrill. And that is checkpoint. Now, why do we want to kill the piranha? Because we are unwise. Yeah, I thought I could just jump on top of the icicles. If we had decided to do that just a little bit earlier, that would in fact work. Hang on here. We should just go straight to the lower icicle from that platform. Pretty sure. Just need to plan out that position a little better. Yeah, obviously a lot of Maker 2 elements in this level, but the style with the big continuous space is very Maker 1-like in character. Whoops. It's okay. Let's see how much further we can get as long as we don't slip everywhere. Nope. I was hoping to wrap around, but I always fail to consider the additional startup time going into the jump when you're on the ice. We should probably just try to go fast with this, like when block is going left. Whoops. Well, not like that, but you get the idea. Need to speed run it with right timing, and just dodge all the icicles in one go? Yeah, probably. I'd have to establish what that timing is, though. Whoops. With all of these objects bobbing up and down. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Interestingly enough, though, you can actually just go on top of the icicles if you are well positioned to do it. I think you can totally do that, like jump on top of the icicles and just go all the way across. Probably not the intended way, I don't know if it's... Actually, maybe it's not that feasible. And that time I could have just done things the normal way without making that much of a mess. Nah, too high. We should stay on that block. When it's going right, it should take me out of icicle range. And then you have a Bonsai Bill that's going to be within scrolling range. We'll see how critical it actually is when we get to it. Oh, 5. Wait. Oh, okay. Jump on top of the icicle and proceed. I didn't quite understand it at first glance, but... Alright. There we go. That's smooth. Well, I can see why you've got the N64 Rainbow Cruise going on here. Oops. Slipped a little bit here. Not a good sign for my chances, but I'll make it across. Yeah, if you miss your chance at the bonsais there, you can get locked, but... Nope, a little too soon. The icicle activation of the on-off switch at that point is going to be off-camera, so it is a little bit difficult to estimate. Because you can't actually see it make contact, or see when the icicle is going to drop, so... It does require a little bit of guessing from the player. There we go. Now that key is probably critical for something, but... We do see the key door, but it's going to require the activation of the on-off switch. I do feel like the auto-scroll is maybe a little bit aggressive there in terms of... making everything a very quick read before it becomes non-interactive. Yeah, I feel like a little bit of extra lead time on the auto-scroll would be a big help there, but we'll try it. How many plays on this? Not that many. I was wondering about the clear rate. Okay. There we go. Whoops. Once again, the ice momentum causing a bit of trouble. Okay, let's try it again. What you do in that phase when you discover a banger of a soundtrack from a Toho fan game. I see you've continued exploring that whole selection. Alright. There we go, we'll drop this for the key. Yeah, I feel like you are supposed to let the icicles come back, but then I don't know if that's going to set me too far back in terms of time. Maybe there is the expectation that I take that faster as well. But we'll see. Anyway, all that's going to drop, I do need it to respawn. It looks like the icicle is what's going to give me the on-off switch, and then I go through the key door. Okay, I think I can do it. Shouldn't be too troublesome, in fact. We're going to get another raid. We're actually going to be raided by Dario Man Live. Dario, certainly hope your Maker stream has been going well today. And welcome everybody from Dario's side. I hope it's been a wonderful party over there, as it usually is. Whoop, slipping off the ice once again. Yeah, as a Dario, do let me know how it's been going. Whoops. Hope everybody coming in from that end has had a wonderful day so far. And yeah, Dario doing very well over here. And I suppose I've been staying on later than usual to be receiving a raid from you, Virginge. But I am temporarily back on a later schedule for the next few weeks. Just like old times. Oop, there we go. Yeah, we've seen some excellent levels today. So it's been a fun queue, as it usually is. That was surprisingly doable. Managed to save that. I did not account for the mole. That's a rather obvious oversight now that I think about it, given that it was dangling over my head the whole time. We shouldn't have been caught by that obvious a trap. And Chris Slayer, welcome as well. I don't know how many Chris's you've been slaying today, but I hope that has been bountiful. And yes, Dario, do have an excellent lunch with your family. We're nearly at the end of my queue, and so I'm taking my time with each of the remaining levels. I'm sure it'll be a wonderful finish. And Spirit Wolf, always glad to see you with your army of emotes that you brought. Whoops. Let's not slip off every vine here while I'm busy reading chat at the same time. And yeah, Chris Slayer, I have to keep up with the slaying, that's for sure. Whoops. Yeah, this segment is not difficult. I'm just slipping up on some fairly simple things. Whoops. That was actually salvageable if we just got back on the last icicle I left in place. There we go. Grab the key. Oh, gotta get out of here before it's too late. So, I don't like the look of those pipes after the key door. You have 3 different colored pipes, and I have no idea where they're going to lead. I certainly hope that's not a pick-a pipe in the making. But we're just going to have to get there and find out. Because that certainly looks like some guesswork waiting to happen. Whoops. But yeah, definitely the pipes at the end of this are a cause for trepidation. Whoops. We're really just one step away from the key door, though. Just need to survive the mole. Whoops. That was a silly jump to lose that. And you're assuring me that I'm safe. Yeah, I mean, the level has been playing pretty fair with me so far, so that would be a surprising twist if you decided on a little fake out. Whoops. I'm going to re-enter the pipe and save this attempt. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, we missed the icicles. That's how we do a course correction. Whoops. Once again, just not enough momentum on a reversal. But we'll get that soon enough, I'm sure. Alright, there we are. And let's wait for the icicles to make a comeback. No, we waited too long. Okay. So I had gotten there with a faster pace before, and maybe that set some of the wrong expectations for me, but we'll get back there and try to make it work. Whoops. Let's reset the pipe. Do it again. Can't be that tricky. There we go. Drop everything out. There we go. So, we need to drop the icicle but avoid the mole. Let's plan this out. There we go. Okay, pick a pipe. Well, we see two piranhas come out. Let's take the red pipe. Snake block, okay. Oh, it's going to take me this way. Interesting. Nope. I needed to get out of there slightly faster. That's okay, we've made progress. I admit, I was hoping that would take me to the right instead of the left, but sound is dead. Thank you for letting me know, Electric Dude. I was actually just thinking, oh, it's kind of nice that the sound has been up the whole time, but I guess I jinxed it by thought. Just one moment while I try to reactivate it. We'll be right back. Should hopefully be functional now. No. Kind of threw myself off my usual pattern in this segment. Okay, let's do this. Whoops. We're getting there. It was a bit of a close call with the mold last time, in fact. But I managed to get around it successfully. You think the pitch is off? Yeah, we'll try it again. Just one moment. Thanks for spotting that, Supernova. I think things are slightly falling apart here. Let me know if anything has improved. Clearly my playing has not improved. Whoops. There is a particular pocket in this pattern that should be pretty workable. We just needed to get back to finding it again. Oh, nope, let's redo this. Nope. Well, we'll get there eventually. Alright, that is going to require a pipe preset. That's okay, that's what the pipe is for. Nope. Let's do it again. Falling Icicles and I are apparently not getting along today. Okay, let's try to do this quickly. Nope, too much of a hesitation on that jump. I knew it was going to get me into trouble. We'll make it there eventually. Alright, back we go. Eliminating all of these icicles quite needlessly. We'll evade the piranhas and go through this middle pipe. I actually haven't tried the other pipes, which might be important, but no, it's just a red pipe. Interestingly enough, I wonder what happens if I just jump off to right side. Given the placement of the bonsai down below, I think it's probably not the right idea. Let's just do things as somewhat intended. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know why I changed my mind about that at the last moment. Probably because I went off screen and just lost track of myself. We'll make it eventually. Just have to have some nice firm landings here. Here we go. Salvage that. And we're getting back here a little more consistently, at least. Okay, there we go. Very nearly off screen on some of this stuff, but now why am I sitting on top of this location? because we need to do a little precision thing here. Ah, I see. So you eventually get on top of that door. Means I need to get on top of the front block here. And there we go. That's the finish. Let's not miss the flag, hey? That would be a terrible way to go. And that's the clear. And thank you for that, Liebeslide. So yeah, the platforming is pretty reasonable. I think that it is something that could use some aesthetic filling out, perhaps, in that a lot of things feel like they're just kind of floating around in the air without much context, but the platforming itself is pretty reasonable. I mean, the thing about level aesthetics is that it's not just about making a level look pretty, it's also about making sure everything has kind of this context or visual hook to it that makes things clearer to see and identify and remember. But I felt like I had fair warning about pretty much all of the obstacles that I saw along the way, even the snake block paths and some of the icicle patterns, so I think in the end it worked fairly well. I wonder, I know that there was, I think, a mushroom bound at a checkpoint originally. I wonder if that could have led to any damage-based cheese now that I think about it. Probably nothing serious, but I'm definitely considering that. And yeah, falling off to the right when picking up the on-off switch at the end would have done nothing for me because, as you can see, it's built above the original starting screen or thereabouts in the top left. And it would have just reset my progress considerably, so no benefit to that. You really did need to take the path through the house in the sky. Mark that as a win. I did already. Let's mark that as a next. Next is going to be Mang. And Mang is here, having just said GG. We kind of had a sneak preview of Mang's latest level in yesterday's stream. I didn't get very far. I got to about coin 3 out of 6, I think. But we're going back to the construction site, and we'll see. We're going to be a little more successful this time. Okay. Totally missed. Not that we were going to go for any kind of speed record, but let's head back up. And of course, this is the second consecutive level now with the SMB1 Sky theme. I knew something was oddly familiar. But I suppose that made the previous level a bit of a warm-up for this one, thematically. Alright, let's actually do some left to right here. Really simple opening, but can't get complacent about that. And up we go. No, keep missing. It's high jump because of the wings on the platform. Yeah, we're going to let the block go right to left, so it's going to catch me like that, even if it's a little off-center. Whoops. And yeah, that's just a matter of aim. Now, this was the issue that I had earlier. First of all, how to use that donut block, and secondly, how to use this platform here. I think if I see that I'm going to be a little off on that bounce, I just need to keep bouncing until I'm in position. I do not have a reliable method yet to get coin 3. That's as far as I got when I started to learn this level yesterday. Okay, down we go. That was off target. That too could have been considerably improved. Oh, nope. Let's try it again. Up we go. Let's see how we can do it here. That generally feels smooth. We'll let this go right to left. Yeah, right when it's on the rightmost extent of that track, that seems to be the timing to proceed towards that previous coin. I feel like there's something involving this donut block to the left that I'm not taking advantage of when it comes to finding the proper spacing for this guy here, but never mind, we got it. Hey, it's a mole. I feel like I'm supposed to hit this. That would be correct. That would not be correct. Hey, we finally managed to do it the smooth way. And Anto, welcome. And Anto, I'm closed right now, but if we get through the last 2 levels relatively quickly, I might be able to reopen to people who have not yet submitted. I can't guarantee that today because I am already on target to run a little bit long. But we'll see how well we can finish this level and the one that comes after it. And I'll decide that then. Thanks for dropping by anyway, though. This is my regular duo level time if you don't manage to catch me today. Alright, here's a bit of a staggered segment here. We're going to totally miss right before the checkpoint. Yeah, Electrodude, we've intermittently been having some network problems today. It was quite serious earlier on in the stream. It seems to have improved, but it's not perfect. So hopefully the choppiness is not too distracting. I don't know what it was, but today we just had a lot more network interference than usual. Part of it, of course, is that this is not my regular streaming setup, and yesterday I didn't pick up any of these issues when I was running my first stream from this location, but it seems like we do still have some network problems to work out. The internet here is not as good as my regular streaming setup, so... Okay. Yeah, I really just need to hug the wall for that coin. That mole is mostly just there to scare you. Be a mole. Nope. Once again, a little off target. Because I'm not accounting for the way that the spring is going to create a little bit of leftward momentum. That's the thing that I'm not compensating for when the 2 objects are going in opposing directions. But I do need to add a little bit of an extra push to what I'm doing. The checkpoint, of course, tells me that it's actually going to be 5 coins plus a safety. Alright. wonder why I was having so much trouble with that previously. Now that I'm doing it successfully, the third coin does not actually seem to be that much of a problem. Yeah, I hope some of the choppiness dies down. Like I was saying, I am keeping an eye on it. There we go. We had a right idea, just not quite a right sequence. And yeah, it's too bad we're getting choppy footage of this very smooth playing level. Whoops, I keep misidentifying how far that track is going to go. There we are. Interesting, this thing here. I suppose it's because I'm supposed to curve my jump a little bit differently here. Yeah. Because that's the problem. Jump off the vine and maybe curve right from that point so we can fall onto the right half past that wall. Or just skip the vine completely, that works too. Whoop. Okay. So, we need to take out the pokey and then take the trampoline up towards that coin. Whoops. That can be done. Famous last words. Probably should have skipped over to the right side to make sure we get right to left momentum when I do that. As always, finding first cycle methods turns out to be a good idea. If we can manage it. Checkpoint before transition seems unusual for a Mang level, which makes me wonder how the second checkpoint is going to sit in relation to this. Maybe something in connection with the use of the key door and the eventual bonus exit. If it gives you something like a new checkpoint leading to the hard mode, perhaps. Okay. I think this is the right idea to skip Divine. I just need to time it a little better. We should actually do that on the first cycle. That seems much easier to manage. Oops. But that's going to require much better planning than what I've been able to put in so far, so. Whoop. That was very sad. Not a very high-powered bounce at all, by any means. Oh. There we go. Yeah, and that kind of throws me off my pattern, then we have a bit of an issue that we haven't resolved in terms of finding the optimal timing. Whoops. Alright, let's do this again then. If I jump just before it nudges the left side of that track, that might be the correct adjustment to make. And yeah, that's correct. Spirit Wolf, has taken me this long to realize what that even is. That it's one of the characters from Fall Guys, which has just come into free-to-play. Maybe, I guess that's the symbol for the pratfalls that I'm demonstrating everywhere. I've actually never played Fall Guys, in spite of the fact that it just went free-to-play and became available on Switch. I do remember vividly back in August 2020, I think, a whole bunch of the Mario Maker streamers all abruptly switched to Fall Guys for about a month, and then they all switched to Among Us. But that's mostly what I know about Fall Guys, that it was such a big hit among Mario players in particular. Whoa, that was a bad idea. I didn't expect to have that carried immediately, but that's because it didn't quite go the same way previously when I just nudged the spring over to the wall on its left. There we go. Nope. Well, this has officially become the best attempt so far. Okay. Couple of dangerous maneuvers here. But we managed it. Now we have to watch out for that Podoboo up top, don't we? Unless it just deflected somewhere completely different. Yeah, you're supposed to circle around a piranha, I just didn't do it very well. Electrodude, I don't think it was necessarily trend seekers. I think a lot of the people switching to Fall Guys and into Among Us were legitimately having fun doing it. Like, if you're a mid-range streamer, you don't actually benefit from going to the oversaturated games that much. If you're one of the top streamers, yes, you do, I guess, because you'll naturally dominate the category anyway, but there was definitely a segment of Twitch streamers that just went to Among Us and stayed there for however long. I don't know if it's still a very active scene, to be honest, because I've never played that game either. I think a lot of these experiences Among Us, a huge pandemic party trend in particular, just depended on having a lot of real-world connections with people who would want to play with you. Certainly I heard about a lot of Among Us parties of people getting together that had otherwise just not really played video games at all together. And that's a slightly different phenomenon from Fall Guys, I suppose. Fall Guys was just the very popularly accessible game for however long, and maybe it's making a bit of a resurgence with free-to-play, but I can't really say that for a fact. Nope. Too high bounce there. I mean, among the people who are just kind of professionally variety streamers, there is such a thing as the Twitch meta that they try to keep up with. And occasionally it's interesting, I suppose, is when they all collectively decided to play chess for a while. But AJ Plays 2008, welcome. Okay, that's working out well. That worked out probably more smoothly than I'd served. Same idea here, though. We're going to try to get this bounce going in the right to left direction. Nope. Thank you for the follow. Now, what am I playing? Well, we can type in the current command to show you that it's on Mang's profile. This is the latest level. It's called Construction Site. And I believe we still got one from Centrix after this one. And we'll be a little bit more cautious about that jump there, given that I have found decent... I mean, you meant console? Oh, I'm on a day one Nintendo Switch, which I understand is valuable to modders nowadays because of some things in firmware that have been patched up since. But yeah, my day one Nintendo Switch is still going pretty strong. I've had to replace the Joy-Cons once, and even those replacements are beginning to have some recurrent issues with drift. Yeah, what are you playing on, right? Like, I thought that was clarified as referring to the console. Handsome for you, welcome. Oops. Alright, let's see if we can get anything done here. Whoops. So we've gotten past coin 4 so far. We have not seen coin 5. But then it will just be the safety coin after that. So I think clear will be potentially within reach today. We'll just see. I don't know if I'd be able to through a hard mode if one sits at the end of this, but we'll try to at least get the secret exit done. So yeah, this I'll need to do a little bit better. That worked. That looked a little bit dangerous, but we managed in the end. Okay, a little bit far to the left perhaps, but cool. Let's see if we can make that work. Yeah, fairly generous landing zone. Now this is the furthest we've gotten so far. We do need to land this accurately. So yeah, you need to kind of go in the opposing direction. Wonder what the fire was all about. You need to get on top of the vine and then go over the Muncher stack and then immediately go through the spikes to whatever comes next. Whoa, no, 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 come on. Yeah, that was going to be death. That was not survivable. I was looking ahead of that checkpoint and wondering about it, but that's still a few steps away. That's why you saved a checkpoint for the subworld. I understand that now. see if we can get the dangerous coin once again. Whatever was needed for the setup. Yeah, I didn't get a good look at the setup to see how that was happening, but we'll take a look. Alright. That actually worked reasonably. Oh, in terms of getting the piranha to cling, perhaps. Okay. Fairly generous checkpoint, in fact. But we'll take it. Also optional for those of you going for speed runs. That the optimal speed path would be skipping the checkpoint, which is a design decision I always appreciate. Yeah, you do need a bit of a running start here. Nope, hang on. No, actually I think you need to use the spring to the left. That's okay, we're right after checkpoint. We can retry this a couple of times. Nope. And, yeah, very unusual, as Kendall was saying in chat. There we go. Okay, a bit of a long shot here with the targeting exercise on a much longer track than before with the opposing pattern that we were also previously having trouble with. But obtaining a coin is pretty straightforward, at least. And yeah, Kendall, glad you enjoy the name. You would think it's fairly unique, and then you realize from my emote prefix that it is nevertheless number 13 in that set. Well, we kind of want to go for it in the middle while it's approaching the middle. There we go. Aha, so now you need to grab the coin without having so much momentum that you hit the flag. Interesting way of doing that. Notice donut blocks underneath as well. We have to be very careful with the donut blocks. I nearly missed that. Have to be extra cautious here. That's not matched to that key door, because there is of course a Boom Boom fight. Also notice that we are going to take key death if we die to Boom Boom, so let's not die to Boom Boom. Let's see what the question blocks are. No, because I'm big right now, I don't want to squish around too much. Oh, that's already getting me into trouble. That's okay, that's 3 hits on that guy. We're fine. Maybe the question blocks give me power-ups, in which case, if it's a mushroom, we should wait until I have the key. Okay, that's fine, I'll take it. We're totally going to choke here, aren't we? Whoa. That was very close to a choke. But it wasn't. Alright, mission accomplished. In the end, I couldn't actually see which Boom Boom was holding the key, because the fact that I obtained it caught me by surprise. I wonder if it was just a crush interaction, in fact, where there was a Muncher crush on the Boom Boom on the bottom of the stack, perhaps. I didn't really get a good look at that. Well, it just happened, and that was convenient. And that's a win. The bottom three all have keys, okay. A little bit of extra redundancy to help you out and be gentle. Centrix, if you are still here, we will finish with you as our closer today. I do see Centrix on the list. I'm just going to wait for a check-in. We might actually just dial that up. Regardless, sound is dying. Yeah, let's see what Centrix's submission is. We'll do a quick reset while we wait. If Centrix isn't actually present, then we won't really stick with it or anything. We might just call it. Bowser is a big blast. 4.75%. We might just play this anyway. And that'll give me a quick excuse to fix up the sound. And Electrodude, you take care of yourself as well. Yeah, 4.75%. We'll just play it as our closer. Because I do see Centrix potentially AFK. And yeah, Chris Slayer, we occasionally have some audio problems on the stream. I do try to mitigate it as much as I can, but I don't really have a permanent fix for it until I invest in buying some new hardware, so we live with it, we manage it, we try to reset when people tell me that audio is totally falling apart. And yeah, we'll tell Centrix afterwards that we played this, I suppose. Because it's going to be my closing level today anyway, we'll just do this, and then it will definitely be time for me to log off. I try to love Bowser, but he keeps pushing me away. Yeah, Mang, on the previous level, hopefully the network issues didn't get in the way too much, and that we managed to get you some decent footage. So I'm supposed to probably just hit him from below. Oh, I see. So you get a bounce off of him by taking damage using the Bowser Collision. That's very unique. I haven't really seen Bowser used as a damage boost bounce element like that before.
Oh no!
Very interesting concept. Thought I'd seen every kind of bounce by this point, especially after playing so many of Mang's levels, but clearly there's more to be done. Oh, ice. And then damage boost over to Muncher. We were actually a little bit off target there, coming in a bit low. Yeah, we just need to kind of hold right into the wall jumps, so we're prepared to have the best possible deflection. Yeah, a little extra twirl there, couldn't hurt. You wanted to use this, but the level would have been too short for your liking. I don't quite see how. Oh, I see. Damage boost over here again. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, because the limit on the number of Bowsers you can place would be the main hindrance there if you really wanted to develop the concept, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, the interesting thing about this is... Well, I mean, there are a number of interesting things, but one of them is that, in spite of the novelty of the concept, it is very playable blind. That once you see the concept once, it's very intuitively understandable, and it takes no time at all to get to this little pig spot in the corner. And yeah, Supernova, that's what I meant, that the Bowser limit does very strictly constrain how many of those setups you can use, and so each one of them has to be made fairly unique and interesting. I think this is a pretty good effort at doing so in terms of making the interactions very diverse, where you have the Thwomp column, you have the Twister column, you've got a couple of different ways to engage with Bowser's bum every time. Because how else shall we finish the stream but by engaging with Bowser's bum in 6 different ways? Anyway. Bowser keeps pushing you away with a fart, apparently. So, that's going to be all for today. Thank you so much for the great submissions from everybody that we received. I thought this was a very productive stream. I think we cleared pretty much everything and didn't have to bail on anything, even the Supernova level that we spent so much of the stream doing earlier on, which was itself very rewarding. This will be a good time for me to cut off for the time being. We'll have some more Maker this week, but one of my priorities will be to do Cuphead Delicious Last Course when it launches. We'll be back with fewer levels next week, of course, but we'll be otherwise probably switching gears to Cuphead. And I've got some other games planned as well that I'm hoping to fit in July. But for updates, you'll have to keep up with the Discord. We will try to sneak in as much Maker as we can, though, and keep fewer levels in this time slot a fairly regular fare. Apart from some weekend travel that I have coming up in the summer, but we'll announce that as it comes, and we'll try to make up for the missing streams accordingly. We will shortly send you off to somebody else. So once again, thank you, whether they're here or not, to all of the people who had raided in particular. We received 4 raids today from Axer Typo with the Scrabble Crowd, Zero Plane, Cypher, and Dario Man Live, all bringing in wonderful new additions to the party. Let's see where we're going to take everybody next. In the meantime, thanks for watching, thanks for joining me, thanks for all the wonderful levels as usual. We're going to mark the last one as a win and send you along your way, so have a great weekend ahead of you, happy making, happy playing, and as usual, fare thee well.